Hello everyone, greetings. Welcome everyone to the IADR AMER conference. So it's our privilege to welcome the moderator of this session, respected Dr. Sultan bin Rimal. Dr. Sultan obtained his Bachelor of Dental Science from Riyadh Colleges of Dentistry and Pharmacy in 2011. He also completed a one-year fellowship in aesthetic dentistry in 2012 at New York University. After that, he joined University of Michigan School of Dentistry and received the Combined Restorative Master of Science certificate in 2016. Dr. bin Rimal was the president of IADR Saudi Division 2018-2020. He is currently an assistant professor at Restorative Department in College of Dentistry, Riyadh Al Alm University, and the Dean of Student Affairs as well. Dr. bin Rimal is the chairman of Scientific Committee at Saudi Society of Restorative Dentistry. Please join us.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for your introduction. And alhamdulillah اليوم the dreams came true alhamdulillah. أول مؤتمر حضوري للIADR فنشكر اللجنة المنظمة دكتورة ديما دكتور محمد الحارثي وكل أعضاء اللجنة المنظمة. So we will start our first session. المعروف لا يعرف لكن we have to introduce Prof. أحمد جملة. Prof. Ahmed Jamla, he is a professor and consultant of endodontics in King Saudi bin Abdulaziz University for Health Science, serving as an educator, clinician, and researcher. Currently, he is the chairing of the research board member of the college, and he has a strong interest in the endodontic research, and he has many publications, over 50 article in ISI and peer review journal. Today, Prof. Jamla, he will talk about the roadmap for publishing the dental research in ISI journal. So we would like to welcome Prof. Jamla to get the first session.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالصبر وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. First of all, thank you, Dr. Sultan, for the nice introduction, and thanks for the organizing committee chaired by Dr. Dima Shammari and Dr. Muhammad Al Harithi for giving me the opportunity to be here with you today. So I hope my presentation today will be enjoyable and informative. So today I will talk about a roadmap for publishing dental research in ISI journals. So I would like just to share with you this short video from the college where I'm working in at King Saud bin Abdulaziz University for Health Sciences. So we are teaching students to become safe dentists in the future. They are representing us in all regions in Saudi Arabia and outside as well. And we teach them how to treat patients safely and effectively. Also, they participate in conferences and researches where we are proud enough to have them contributed to more than 150 papers in the college. So first of all, I would like to share with you my achievements in the field. So alhamdulillah, I'm proud enough to be contributed to many journals in ISI index. So I have published around 42 publications in ISI journals. And these are the impact factor journals. And also I'm serving as academic editor in PLOS ONE journal. And also I'm assigned as academic reviewer in these ISI journals. So research. I think in order to get deep into publishing in ISI journals, we should start from the beginning. So we should have strong research to be able to publish it in ISI journals. So it's the cornerstone of any scientific progress, and it drives innovation, technology, and improved patient care. It solves problems, it finds solutions, and it gives agreement on the validity. So we should have a vision, we should have goals, we should set goals, vision, strategy, and also should have idea to start our research with a teamwork in order to be able to build innovation and to grow in the field. So it's very important to know that we have evidence-based dentistry that is the best achievement we need to reach, which is an approach to oral health care that requires the judicious integration of systematic assessments of clinically relevant scientific evidence relating to patients' clinical expertise, patients' treatment needs, and preferences, according to ADA. Also, in my field, in endodontics, we have this statement from Bergenholz and Quest, where is understanding how the pulp and periapical tissues respond to therapeutic interventions is a basis that is provided by lengthy clinical experience besides studies or results from in vitro, animal, and clinical studies. Again, research is important in our clinical practice. So, research in dentistry with reliable findings are known to found evidence-based dentistry that amalgamates the best research with clinical expertise and patients' values, leading to innovation, technology, and improved patient care. So it starts with an idea, and then you will reach at the end to complete the project. And the best completion or the best achievement is to have your paper accepted in a prestigious journal. So let me share with you the definition or the full statement for ISI. So it stands for Institute for Scientific Information, which was founded by Dr. Garfield in 1960 as part of Thomson Reuters company. And later or nowadays, it is owned by Clarivate Analytics. It covers thousands of academic journals, more than 20,000 journals, which are available via the Web of Science database service. So you can say ISI or Web of Science. And we have two categories. The first one, where we have the impact factor, and we list them in a journal citation report, JCR. And the second one is considered as emerging science citation index. So here we have the list of all dental journals, 92 journals, which are indexed in journal citation report or in Web of Science with impact factors. And also we have emerging science citation index that here the list is limited to dental journals, and we have Saudi Dental Journal, one of them. But they don't have impact factor, but they are considered as Web of Science journals. It's very important to tell you that if you want to publish in ISI journal, you should just check and investigate its origin and its source. It should be authentic. So it has to be scrutinized to make sure that it's really true, realistic, and there. So you can check it using this Web of Science group, this web page, and you just write the name of the journal, and you will get it there if it is really there. Besides that, you can use Beall's list to make sure that it's not predatory. It happens. You might find fake journal web page. So please don't rely on the web page of the journal itself. Try to just investigate further, especially if you don't have and you don't have information about that journal. Maybe it's not from dental field. So why do you publish in ISI journals? Why do we publish in ISI journal? It's a very important question to consider when you look for a journal to publish in. We need that to be recognized in the field, subfield of research, because it's a requirement for graduation. because it's a requirement for academic promotion, maybe for accreditation purposes, especially for universities. Maybe to receive more grants from funding agencies, they look for that. And maybe to receive incentives, maybe awards, okay? And also keep in mind that articles published in ISI journals tend to be highly cited in the field, and this is documented. If you allow me, today I'll try to make it based on my own perspective, my own experience, and I will just touch each step here that we need to conduct research. So we start with finding gaps in the literature. So you need to find what is missing in the world, and that is not easy. And you need to write down ideas around, and that's good. Maybe based on observation, maybe based on recommendation from article. They used to write their recommendation at the end of papers. You can find future directions as well. You need to read articles and studies related to the field that you want to dig in to get ideas. And of course, again, you need to observe what you practice daily. Maybe if you attend conferences and workshops, you might get ideas there. So you have to be also familiar with the facilities that you have around. You have to be a good hunter, because sometimes if you have a hot topic, if you don't rush, if you don't try to accelerate the process, someone might do it on your behalf, and you will lose it. So again, you should be a good hunter. It happened to me, one of the observations that we found was that one of the temporary fillings we are using in the clinics tend to induce some force on the tooth, leading to cuspal fracture. I heard this from many sources, from different colleagues. So I did study on that, and I found interesting results, and I published it in ISI journal. Number two, you need to team up and collaborate. So here, the first one, he's my mentor in Japan, Dr. Kobayashi, Chihiro Kobayashi. He's the inventor of Apex locator Root ZX2 that we have in the clinics. We have it in our clinics as well. He's smart. So I got great chance to work with him. I published maybe 4 or 5 papers with him. I learned a lot. So you should try to find good mentors in order to reach to your goal at the end. Also, Professor Suda, he's a pioneer in pulp biology and endodontics. Professor Khalid Al-Fawzan, Professor Ibi Hara, Professor Tamimi, who invited me as visiting professor in McGill University, where I did a study, and it was published successfully in ISI journal. And here, Professor Ali Riza from University of Washington, where we did 2 studies on nano-indentation technology. So again, you should look for people who can help you. Everyone has different research experience. You need to know your research interests, and you need to get benefit from these people. They are very, very humble. They like to help, but you need to have a valid idea. You need to have a valid question in order to conduct it in their research labs. Not only that, but you need to build up your own research team. So you need to find good team members to work with. It should not be limited to the place where you are working in. It might happen to be from different institutions inside Saudi Arabia or outside the kingdom. And that's very important, because with this, you will get diversity, you will get many ideas, and you can start your project conveniently with the presence of facilities in your place and in their places as well. So again, teaming up, collaboration is very important to be able to find the facilities that you need to use or utilize in your experiments, and that's very important as well. Without having these tools, you will not be able to conduct your idea in a research. Again, if you are planning to publish your paper in a prestigious journal, you should be able to write a solid research question maybe you should start writing your introduction early, and that's very important, along with the methodology. I believe this is important based on my experience, because with this, you will get ideas that might be useful before experimenting. This is number one. With this, you'll be able to apply for grants, and that's an advantage. And you will shorten the road to complete a paper at the end. It happened to me many times, especially when I read articles. I found that maybe if I used this technique, that would be more useful, and I did. And I received one of the reviewers' comments, why did you use this technique? And I was able to answer it because I read it in previous studies. And also, you might modify your methodology based on your reading. And of course, you cannot write the introduction without reading the literature and the methodology as well. So after you write the intro and the methodology, you can start your experiment. Of course, after, if it needs ethical approval, you should obtain it beforehand. So start experimenting, and you should be committed, you should be punctual, and you start with a pilot study in order to make it clear for you. Instead of losing samples, you can start it with 1 or 2 samples and see the results. Are they okay? Are they consistent? The methodology that you're using, is it consistent? And maybe you need to modify it a little bit. That's important at this stage. Can you please turn on this video? So just to show you here, one of my experiments where I fixed the sample very tightly in order to measure the strain gauge during canal preparation. This is very tedious, and it took me a long time to prepare it in this way, because you don't want any confounding factor, any human error to affect the preparation stress that's inducing the strain gauge. Of course, when you conduct your experiment, you should take notes. And notes are really important, not only for writing your methodology at the end, but also for future studies. Maybe you need it to reproduce what you have done before. And I encourage my students and my colleagues to have at least maybe online document, Google Drive document, where we can just add if now and then statements for what we did for this day or the coming days, because we need to document every single step we did in the lab. Also, we need to back up. This is important, and I believe this is the most important step we have to consider in our research. Without having backup or a trusted backup, you might lose the whole results, the whole findings, the whole information you have in your study. So please consider this during your research. At the end, when we receive our data, we start analyzing findings. And according to Einstein, if you cannot explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. And he's true, he's right. So you need to analyze your data in a way that will be informative and will tell people what you have done throughout the experiment. And you need to have tables and figures, and you have to be pithy. The less you elaborate, the clearer you will be. You don't need to make it very long. Just try to make it short and concise. So you can interpret the data in the way you like, but it should be realistic and it should be valid. You cannot do it the way just because you feel this is better and you try to hide some information. But no, because the way you interpret, it will get noticed by the reviewers in ISI journals, because they are very strict and they know what you are doing in your experiment. After you get your data analyzed and everything is fine, so you can share your results in conferences. So you can present your research work in conferences, national and international conferences. Why? Because we need to get feedback, either positive or negative, supportive, or even if it is negative, you can build on it. You can try maybe to amend the methodology that you have done before to make it more publishable. And this is important before you start looking for journals to publish. And after that, you can publish your research works in journals, and you can just select the most suitable journal that you need to publish your work in based on your study idea. So you need to identify a few possible target journals to have a backup. You start with the first one, then the second one, if it gets rejected by the first one, etc. And you need to read a few articles published in your targeted journals, very important as well. And of course, you have to follow the author's guidelines. Some journals might reject your paper if you don't follow their guidelines. Okay, so I received this letter from Prof. Hargreaves from Journal of Endodontics, where my paper got rejected, unfortunately. But it's okay. Welcome to rejection. It happens with anyone. And it doesn't mean that your work was not solid enough. Maybe it was. We have many reasons to reject papers. And it's important to consider why they rejected our paper and try to amend what is amendable, not to just leave it as is and try to submit it to another journal without having any edit in your paper based on the comments that you received. So maybe it gets rejected because the ISI journals have strict review process, very strict review process. Usually they assign 2 to 4 reviewers for each manuscript. And the reviewers that they select, they have high knowledge levels in the field. They know what you did. And also their acceptance rate is very low. So they try to accept the most original and important contributions in the field, and this is important as well. So again, you should have plan B set ahead of time. Okay, now the second part, I will share with you common reasons for paper rejection in ISI journals. This is applicable to ISI journals as well. So the first one is mismatch with the journal's scope. So initially, you can just submit your abstract to one of these websites where they can guide you to which journal you can submit your manuscript. So the rejection might be because it's out of scope. It happens. So the selection of the journal should be dependent. Maybe you can ask your colleague or someone around who's familiar with these journals, and he can guide you. The second one, lack of originality, novelty, or significance. Of course, if you do a study that has been done before, so what's the benefit? What's the message? What clinical relevance will get since it was done before? So try to have a novel idea, original idea, and try to make it relevant to an extension of existing knowledge. So we are trying to fill gaps in the literature. We are not duplicating or doing the same experiments or studies that have been done before. Flaws in study design, poorly formulated research question. Number 4, poor writing and organization. So you need to read articles published in your targeted journals, and writing clearly is critical to the success of your scientific career. So it's kind of learning experience. I know it might be difficult in the first time, but once you get used to, then you'll be able to write in a nice way. So you need to have sound, logical progression of arguments, up-to-date and relevant references. I used to give this comment if I find references, the most recent reference in the list is 2017. It means that the authors are not aware of the new references we have, or the new studies that have been published recently, and his idea might get published somewhere. So he needs to investigate and to check the newly published papers in the literature. And of course, sample size and statistical analysis are really important to consider when you write, before you start your, actually you should have a team where you have the statistician there, and you start with the sample size calculation very early before you start the experiment. And we used to ask for sample size calculation, and that's important in conducting especially in vitro studies, which is my field, and also clinical trials. So number 5, language and spelling issues. We believe that we are not native speakers, English native speakers, and it's no harm to ask your colleague who are native speakers, I mean English native speakers, or you might get consultation from editing services as well. And also poorly presented visual elements. This is important. This is the message that you need to show to the readership, to the readers. So it's important to have tables and figures clear enough to just to convey the message of your experiment to the reviewers and the readers as well. So you need to show what you have seen in your experiment and try to select the high quality images to show the reviewers that you really saw this in your experiment and your findings were based on these observations. Number 7, unintentional ethical issues. This is important and critical, and we used to tell our students how important this ethical issue is in research field, because this might, you might get blacklisted if you do copy and paste. And number 8, lack of adherence to journal submission guidelines or authors guideline. All are important to consider when you think of conducting research in the field and you think of submitting your manuscript to ISI journal. So now I will share with you take-home messages. So the first one, we need to understand the chemistry of the scholarly search. We should start searching. If we have an idea, we start searching for that idea in the literature. If it is there and documented, then let's try to modify or find another idea to look for or to investigate. You need to realize the importance of theory and literature. Every time when you think of research, you should think of theoretical and clinical implications of your research. If you are planning to publish it in ISI journal, and of course in other journals, like Scopus index journals as well, you need to start writing during early stages, and this is important because again, we need to get ideas, and you might find fine details you need to apply in your experiment to make it reproducible, consistent, and valid. And you need to master the core concept of impact factor, peer review, contribution to knowledge, and scientific knowledge. It's very important to build networks and collaborations. With this, you will get exposed to more ideas, and you'll be able to utilize their facilities just to get their expertise. That will be very, very, very useful in research field. Before, they were looking for solo author, single author. Nowadays, they don't accept it. If you have in your study many tools that you tested, then definitely you should have more than one author in the paper. And this is more favorable to have team. And don't forget to check plagiarism before submission. Just try to avoid copy and paste. So, we think that, based on our plan, we think that the road is easy to move on, but no, it has many obstacles to consider, and try to just solve these challenges to reach your target at the end, to reach your goal at the end. So also we learn by our mistakes. Everyone has his own limitations. So it's a learning curve, it's a learning experience, and you need to just pass through this experience. So please try something different, love it, have the passion to do it, don't be scared to change in order to contribute to our lovely field. And try not to keep the same routine in your life. We need to find new things, and new things can be found by researching. And old doors will not open new ideas. The euphoria of success will fuel your desire to continue. And I hope that each one will have his own success stories to talk about, inshallah, in the future. Wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Prof. Jamla, for this nice presentation. You make it very easy for us. So now the board is open for the questions from the audience. So anyone has a question, he can raise his or her hand, and we can give him the mic for the question. So we have one question here. Where's the mic? If you can introduce yourself firstly.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. It's really a great honor to be here. Thank you, Dr. Dima, for this great invitation, and the president of the association, Dr. Ahmed. Great contribution, what you have presented. Thank you very much. And you finally ended your conference by the success story. Yeah, what are factors for this success story? I guess that you need means, financial means, and how to say to a student who came to you for a research project, and how to convince a mentor to take him within his arm and guide him to the success story, like your story. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctora. Thanks for the nice question. It's very, very nice, and it needs more time to elaborate on, actually. But what we have in our college, for example, we have research courses implemented in the curriculum itself, where we teach them how to find ideas and how to start looking for published works in the field and try to come up with a proposal. And we teach them how to submit it through a kind of proposal to a funding agency. And we teach them how to conduct the research. So this is part of research courses in the curriculum. With this, since it's obligatory, all our students will be able to they will get exposed to research in one way or another. And also, not only that, we have students who approach us in the research unit. They ask us to conduct research as extracurricular. And based on the expertise, we have faculty members in all fields, and each has his own achievements. And they can be considered as their mentors as well. And they can help them as well in conducting their research. Not only that, our faculty members, they have their own senior mentors who can help them as consultants in the field. So we take all these benefits to prepare our students to become potential researchers in the field. But again, it's kind of a desire. Yani you cannot force someone to do research to give success story at the end. But whoever is interested in conducting research, he can find his way in the college. And they will get exposed again to the techniques, how to write introduction, methodology, basic, the basic stages in conducting research in the courses as well. Is it clear, Doctora? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I think we have more questions. We have more time for more questions. Yes, we have. Can we have the mic there?
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Faisal Hakim, Taiba University. Thank you, Prof. Ahmed, for the very informative presentation. In one of your slides, you showed that you are an active peer reviewer for many journals, for many ISI journals. I'm interested to know what is your perspective, or what are the benefits of being an active peer reviewer for journals? Would that be a good asset for publishing in ISI?
So he's asking about what's the benefit of being a member of the peer-reviewed journal?
I mean, as a reviewer?
Yeah,
As a
an
reviewer.
active peer reviewer.
Usually in ISI journals, it happens by invitation.
Yeah, I know that, but it's sometimes some colleagues think that it's the time-consuming process. So what I'm asking, would that being an active peer reviewer in many journals, did that give you an experience, for example, in publishing in ISI? Or
Thank you, thank you. This will not affect the, of course, if you are a reviewer in certain journal, and that will not influence the way they look at your paper when you submit it to the same journal, okay?
Yeah.
So it will be objective and strict review or refereeing process. But being a reviewer, that will give you chance to see how they deal with the paper from the beginning, once they receive the submission until they give the decision. Okay, I'm academic editor in +1, and I'm receiving manuscripts to consider for review or not. And usually they have criteria to accept for further review or not. Okay, let me talk about myself. I started as young researcher in the field. Alhamdulillah, I was successful. I did my best. Later on, they select you as reviewer based on the expertise that you have in that field. And then I was invited by many journals, with time, alhamdulillah, and they asked me to review. So this is the second stage I reached, reviewer. After that, you feel like you'll get invited to be academic editor. And that's good for the CV, and that's good for academicians like us. But as incentives or maybe as rewarding, other than this, I don't think they have, especially with good journals, okay? And that's satisfying myself. I don't know, this is my desire at the end. I love to contribute to science. I like to be part of the contributors in the field. That's my point. Other than that, I agree with you. It's tough work. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. And you try to help people as well. Just put yourself, because we have been in this before, and we feel how difficult to get review comments or the response from the journal. It might take 2 months, 3 months, 1 year sometimes. It happened. And you try to help people to expedite the process. So being one of the reviewers, being one of the editors in journals, with doing your best, that will help, of course, the community, that will help the literature, all together. Yeah. Shukran.
So, any more questions? So I have one question, Prof. Ahmed, based on your experience. So what's the estimated time starting from sending your journal, your paper, until you get accepted in ISI journal?
Thank you. It's difficult to answer, but nowadays there is high competition among journals to expedite the process of a review and sending the response to authors or corresponding author. But I cannot give you estimate for that, because there is a range starting from 1 month up to maybe one year, because they might not be able to find familiar or related reviewers or reviewers who are familiar in your experiment. This is number one. Sometimes if you submit, for example, finite element analysis, they might not be able to find a proper reviewer to review your paper. This is an issue. Sometimes it happens if you send good study, strong study, and hot topic, they might process it very quickly. But keep in mind that if you receive the response from the journal in few days, most of the time it was not peer-reviewed. And this might be one of the potential reasons for considering it as predatory journal. So I believe maybe 3 weeks, and it might go to 1 year.
Good. Any more questions? Yes. Can we have the mic here?
Assalamu alaikum. Rimas, student in Riyadh Almi University. My question, if they rejection our research, how do we know what is the wrong that we do it in the research?
Thank you very much. Again, let's start from the beginning. Very, very interesting question. Thank you very much. So from the beginning, you read the literature and you know how to conduct research. Okay? You should not have any flaws in your experiment. But sometimes, if you have new idea and you try to implement it in your experiment, that might be the trick where they might reject based on this maybe faulty technique that you did in your study. But if you have good mentor, if you have a scientist who's expert in this field, he might defend it. It happened to me actually in one of my studies where I published it in International Endodontic Journal. It's one of the highest impact factor journal. And they sent me rejection. I had a professor from America, New England University. And they sent me rejection, 2 pages rejection. Too elaborate. Comments, a lot of comments. So I talked to him over Skype, and he said, I talked to him, I said, Doctor, let's ignore it and try to find another journal. He said, no, wait. Let's look into each single comment and try to dispute or to amend. And actually we did. I was surprised. We resubmitted the paper again to the same journal, and at the end it was accepted. We received minor revision, and it was accepted at the end. So if you have a strong researcher, if you have a strong expert in the field with you, he can defend it easily. But don't give up. Some journals might reject it because they feel this was done before, or maybe this technique is no longer recommended in the field. Like in my case, we have cyclic fatigue, so we just rotate the file until it fractures. So Journal of Endodontics, they don't accept static cyclic fatigue, no more. They accept dynamic static cyclic fatigue. So you have to be updated with their recent issues and recent articles to be able just to consider what they are looking for nowadays. Okay? So maybe it doesn't mean that your technique was wrong, but means maybe that this is no longer used in the field. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Jamla. I think we have time for one more questions. Yes, here, please.
السلام عليكم. دكتور حليم العوامي، جامعة بنغازي ليبيا، رئيس الفرع الليبي الجمعية الليبية الفرع الليبي الجمعية العالمية لأبحاث طب الأسنان. My question to you, doctor, is that do you think having great name or well-known author with you will facilitate the process of publishing or not? Because from my experience, having such name with you will facilitate this a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for the question. It's a good question. Maybe I'm not in the position to answer this question يعني 100%. لكن based on my experience, Alhamdulillah, I'm in the level that I can publish in good journals, alhamdulillah. And I believe that I got this level because I worked with people who are really in the field, who are pioneers. So I think if you start with them from the beginning, if you have planned to learn research and to be able to conduct it later on independently from these pioneers, you need to start with them early. حتى even with the idea, okay? And they are very helpful. And they open doors to do research as collaboration. They don't mind. I can't answer your question, but I think it might play a role. If you have a solid research and you have his name there, maybe yes. Nevertheless, myself, I have published in Journal of Endodontics 2 papers or 3 papers. What I remember, I mean the papers that we were only from the same college, with no X or Y in the field, and it got published. So again, it's the idea, I believe. Yeah, there is some subjectivity, definitely. And of course, if you have, for example, Franklin Tay in your paper, even if I'm editor or reviewer for that, I see his name, I tend to accept if it is written properly. Yeah. And Doctor, I think usually these pioneers, they don't accept to put their names in the study without getting their permission, without having their critical appraisal for your paper as well. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Jemla, for your nice presentation and for your sharing your informative experience. So on behalf of the organization committee, we would like to give you the certificate of appreciation. So now we have a break until 12:15. By 12:15, we will be back for the opening ceremony. So you can enjoy the cafe break outside and visiting the exhibition. And we'll see you, inshallah, by 12:15.
السلام الملكي. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين مستحق الحمد والثناء الحسن، والصلاة والسلام على خير العالمين صاحب الرسالة والخلق الحسن. أصحاب المعالي، السادة والسيدات، ضيوفنا الأعزاء، حفلنا الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أيها الحفل الكريم، خير ما نبدأ به دستورنا القويم وحبلنا المتين، آيات من الذكر الحكيم، فلنستمع له منصتين.
الله نور السماوات والأرض، مثل نوره كمشكاة فيها مصباح، المصباح في زجاجة، الزجاجة كأنها كوكب دري يوقد من شجرة مباركة زيتونة لا شرقية ولا غربية، يكاد زيتها يضيء ولو لم تمسسه نار، نور على نور، يهدي الله لنوره من يشاء، ويضرب الله الأمثال للناس، والله بكل شيء عليم.
نرحب بكم في المؤتمر السادس للمنظمة العالمية لأبحاث طب الأسنان لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا، بالتزامن مع المؤتمر الثالث للقسم السعودي في المنظمة. بداية، يطيب لنا التقدم بأسماء آيات الشكر والتقدير والعرفان لمعالي وزير الصحة الأستاذ فهد بن عبد الرحمن الجلاجل على رعايته الكريمة لهذا المحفل العلمي. كما يسرني باسم المنظمة العالمية لأبحاث طب الأسنان أن أرحب بسعادة وكيل وزارة الصحة للخدمات العلاجية الدكتور طريف بن يوسف الأعمى على حضوره الكريم وتشريفه لنا. ضيوفنا الكرام، في ظل الدعم الكبير لمجال الصحة والتعليم والبحث العلمي والاهتمام الخاص بهم من خادم الحرمين الشريفين حفظه الله وسمو ولي عهده الأمير رعاه الله، وامتداداً للجهود المبذولة في مملكتنا الغالية لتحقيق رؤية 2030، فقد سعدنا هذا العام باستضافة تلك النخبة من الباحثين المحليين والإقليميين والعالميين بمختلف المجالات الصحية، سعياً من خلال هذا المؤتمر إلى الاستفادة من تلك النخبة العلمية الرائدة وخبراتها الفريدة للإسهام في تطوير مجال وتعزيز أهميته بالقطاع الصحي بشكل عام، ودعم الباحثين وتوسيع مداركهم وتسهيل ما قد يصعب عليهم بشكل خاص.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 6th International Association for Dental Research, Africa and Middle East Regional Conference in conjunction with the 3rd Saudi Division Annual Conference. We are proud and honored to host this event in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
نرحب بسعادة رئيس المؤتمر الدكتورة ديما بنت علي الشمري، رئيس منطقة الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا للمنظمة العالمية لأبحاث طب الأسنان.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وسلم تسليما كثيرا. سعادة وكيل وزارة الصحة للشؤون العلاجية الدكتور طريف بن يوسف الأعمى، سعادة رؤساء الجمعيات العلمية وعمداء الكليات وضيوفنا الكرام من داخل وخارج المملكة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. إنه لمن دواعي سروري أن أرحب بكم جميعا هذا اليوم بمناسبة افتتاح المؤتمر والمعرض السادس لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا في المنظمة العالمية لأبحاث طب الأسنان، والمتزامن مع المؤتمر الثالث للقسم السعودي في المنظمة. إن منطقة الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا أحد أهم المناطق في المنظمة لما لها من دور فاعل ومشاركات قيمة تثري ما تقوم به المنظمة وما تسعى إليه من النهوض بمجال أبحاث طب الأسنان. وليس أدل على تلك الأهمية التي تتمتع بها منطقة الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا من تلك الفعاليات القيمة وهذا العمل التعاوني المشترك، والذي ينم عن روح نشطة نحو الإنجاز ونفوس متحفزة للعمل الدؤوب ورغبة أكيدة في التعاون وتيسير السبل أمام كل أعضاء المنطقة فيما يخص مجال أبحاث طب الأسنان، خاصة مع هذا الدعم اللامحدود والذي نتمتع به في ظل حكومتنا الرشيدة. كل هذا وغيره يمثل مصدراً للسعادة البالغة لدي على المستوى الشخصي ولجميع القائمين والمنتسبين للمنظمة ككل. لذلك فليس بمستغرب أن أعبر لكم اليوم عن عظيم امتناني وكثير افتخاري بوجودي بينكم في مثل هذه المناسبات. الضيوف الكرام والباحثين القادمين من مختلف دول العالم ودول منطقة الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا وضيوفنا من داخل المملكة، أشكركم من صميم قلبي على حضوركم وأحييكم في بلدكم الثاني المملكة العربية السعودية وأدعو لكم بدوام التوفيق، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Without further ado, please welcome a speech from the CEO of the International Association for Dental Research, Dr. Christopher Fox.
Hello, I'm Christopher Fox, CEO of the International Association for Dental Research. I am delighted to welcome you to the 6th IADR Africa Middle East Regional Conference held in conjunction with the 3rd IADR Saudi Arabian Division Annual Conference, all held under the patronage of His Excellency, Minister of Health, Saudi Health Council Chair, Mr. Fahed bin Abdulrahman Al Jalajal. I apologize that I cannot be with you there in person, but I understand there are over 500 delegates on site and another 500 delegates registered virtually. And glancing at the program with keynote speakers from not only Saudi, but across the AMER region, Asia, Europe, the United States, is no wonder that the program is so well attended. The IADR AMER region and the Saudi division are under great leadership with Dr. Dima Al-Shamari. She was recently named by the Saudi Communications Department as one of the top 100 female leaders in Saudi Arabia. Congratulations to Dr. Dima Al-Shamari. Thanks and congratulations are also in order for the AMER board, the Saudi Division Board, and the Conference Organizing Committee, chaired by Dr. El Harthi, along with Dr. Latifa and Dr. Ahmad Bayat. Thank you for the growth in IADR membership from Saudi Arabia and across the AMER region. You clearly understand that dental, oral, and craniofacial research is an international endeavor, and science knows no borders. I also want to personally invite you to join us next year in Bogota, Colombia, June 21st through the 25th, for the IADR Latin American Region General Session and Exhibition held in conjunction with the World Congress on Preventive Dentistry. We are thrilled to be returning to live in-person format again and to hold the event in Latin America for the first time since 2012. For those of you who are interested in presenting at that meeting, please take special note of the abstract submission deadline, which is January 24th. As always, members of IADR are given significant discounts on registration for the event. Membership with IADR also gives you access to a variety of other benefits, including a free online subscription to our journals, the Journal of Dental Research and JDR Clinical and Translational Research, unlimited content in our continuing education library, and of course, direct access to over 9,000 oral health researchers from across the globe. Visit our website, IADR.org, and our social media channels for all the latest information. I wish you all an extraordinary conference, and I hope to see many of you next year in Bogota, Colombia.
دعونا نستمع وإياكم لسعادة رئيس القسم السعودي للمنظمة العالمية لأبحاث طب الأسنان الدكتور محمد بن حسن الحارثي.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة وكيل وزارة الصحة للخدمات العلاجية الدكتور طريف بن يوسف الأعمى راعي حفلنا هذا، أصحاب السعادة عمداء كليات طب الأسنان ورؤساء الجمعيات العلمية لطب الأسنان في المملكة العربية السعودية، أصحاب السعادة رؤساء أقسام المنظمة العالمية لأبحاث طب الأسنان في منطقة الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا، ضيوفنا الكرام الحضور جميعا، أحييكم بتحية الإسلام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. وبعد، يسرني بالأصالة عن نفسي ونيابة عن زملائي وزميلاتي أعضاء مجلس إدارة القسم السعودي بالمنظمة وأعضاء اللجان المنظمة لهذا المؤتمر أن نرحب بكم أجمل ترحيب في عاصمة العلم، في عاصمة مملكتنا الغالية رياض العز، التي أصبحت قبلة للعلماء والباحثين والمبتكرين في شتى فروع العلم، في ظل قيادتنا الحكيمة حفظها الله، التي أولت الباحثين والمبتكرين اهتماما خاصا. ولقد تشرفنا كقسم سعودي بالمنظمة نمثل الوطن في المنظمة العالمية لأبحاث طب الأسنان IADR باستضافة النسخة السادسة من هذا المؤتمر الذي يعتبر الأكبر في الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا في مجال أبحاث طب الأسنان. ويعقد هذا العام تحت عنوان التطورات الحديثة والتوجهات المستقبلية لأبحاث طب الأسنان في العصر الرقمي، ويتضمن برنامجا علميا متميزا يقدمه أكثر من 42 متحدثا من السعودية، من دول الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا، إضافة إلى المتحدثين من آسيا وأوروبا وأمريكا، من خلال أكثر من 42 محاضرة موزعة على 7 جلسات علمية، إضافة إلى 4 ورش علمية، ومسابقة لأفضل فكرة ابتكارية رقمية في مجال طب الأسنان، وملصقات علمية بحثية. كما يتضمن عقد جلسات نقاش بين طلبة الأسنان وثلة من الباحثين الأكاديميين المتميزين يستفيدون منهم كفكرة ابتكارية تعقد لأول مرة في مؤتمرات طب الأسنان. ولقد استقطب المعرض الطبي المصاحب للمؤتمر أكثر من 88 شركة ووكالة من الشركات الطبية المحلية والإقليمية والدولية من خلال 20 عارضا في المعرض المصاحب. أخيراً، نتقدم كقسم سعودي بخالص الشكر والتقدير لرؤساء جمعيات طب الأسنان وعمداء كليات طب الأسنان السعودية على دعمهم للقسم السعودي من خلال تعاونهم في تنظيم أيام البحث العلمي السنوي، ومن خلال المسابقات البحثية في المؤتمرات السنوية للجمعيات والجامعات. ونفخر بتوقيع عدة مذكرات تفاهم مع العديد من الجمعيات العلمية، ونتوج هذه الاتفاقيات بتوقيع اتفاقية على هامش هذا المؤتمر مع جامعة الأمير سطام، وذلك تفعيلا لرؤية ورسالة القسم السعودي في عقد الشراكات الفاعلة وتطوير مجالات البحث العلمي لتطوير طرق الوقاية والعلاج والاقتصاد المعرفي لتحقيق مستهدفات رؤية الوطن 2030: مجتمع حيوي، اقتصاد مزدهر، ووطن طموح. وفي الختام نتمنى لجميع الحضور الفائدة، ولضيوفنا من خارج المملكة أوقاتا ممتعة في رياض المحبة، رياض السلام، ورياض العلم. وأقول لضيوفنا الكرام من خارج المملكة: we wish you unforgettable moments in Riyadh. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
والآن مع كلمة راعي حفلنا سعادة الدكتور طريف بن يوسف الأعمى وكيل وزارة الصحة للخدمات العلاجية، فليتفضل مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا ونبينا محمد وعلى صحبه أجمعين. الزميلات والزملاء الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نيابة عن معالي وزير الصحة، معالي المهندس فهد بن عبد الرحمن الجلاجل راعي المؤتمر، يطيب لي ويشرفني افتتاح المؤتمر الإقليمي السادس لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط وإفريقيا للمنظمة العالمية لأبحاث طب الأسنان، وكذلك المؤتمر الثالث للقسم السعودي في المنظمة. السيدات والسادة، بتوجيهات من قيادتنا الرشيدة ورعاية كريمة من أولي الأمر حفظهم الله، أولت وزارة الصحة اهتماما خاصا بمجال البحث العلمي كأحد أهم أعمدة التقدم والرقي، فقد أصبحت زيادة عدد وجودة الأبحاث العلمية واقتباساتها أحد الأهداف الاستراتيجية الهامة لوزارة الصحة، وذلك في ظل التحول الصحي استهدافا للوصول بمؤشر المملكة إلى ما تستحقه من مكانة عالمية. وقد اعتمدت الوزارة خارطة طريق تهدف إلى تطوير البحوث واستحداث عدة برامج لدعمها، فعلى سبيل المثال تم إطلاق المجلة السعودية لأبحاث النظم الصحية لدعم نشر الأبحاث في النظم والسياسات الصحية، وكذلك في إدارة المنشآت الصحية واقتصاديات الصحة والصحة الرقمية. كما تم إنشاء السعودي NIH أو المعهد الوطني لأبحاث الصحة، وهو أحد مبادرات التحول في القطاع الصحي. ولا يفوتني أن أذكر أننا قد توسعنا في عدد وآلية أداء لجان أخلاقيات البحوث الصحية، حتى وصلت إلى 27 لجنة لاعتماد البحوث العلمية تدرس وتستوثق من عدد يتراوح بين 100 و200 بحث سنويا. ولم يكن هذا الاهتمام مقتصرا على اجتماعات الغرف، بل تم تطبيقه بالفعل على أرض الواقع. فعلى سبيل المثال أثناء جائحة كورونا تم إنشاء مشروع لدعم الأبحاث العلمية، وبلغ الناتج البحثي أكثر من 30 بحثا علميا مدعوما بمبالغ إجمالية تجاوزت ال2 مليون ريال. كما ساهمت المملكة أيضا خلال الجائحة في نشر ما يزيد عن 800 ورقة علمية بحثية، وقدمت المملكة دعما تجاوز $500 مليون لأبحاث الوقاية وإنتاج اللقاحات الخاصة بالجائحة. ومن أهم أهداف المملكة والوزارة والقطاع الصحي استضافة المؤتمرات والمناسبات العلمية، ومن الأمثلة الحية هذا المؤتمر الذي ترونه أمامكم والذي نفخر به جميعا. وتأمل الوزارة أن تؤدي نتائج البحوث إلى تطوير الممارسات السريرية وسد الفجوة المعرفية واقتراح أفضل البرامج والمبادرات التي تسهم في تعزيز صحة المجتمع وتطبيقها والاستفادة منها. الحضور الكريم، فيما يخص مجال طب الأسنان فلا يخفى على سعادتكم الاهتمام الكبير الذي توليه وزارة الصحة والقطاع الصحي في هذا المجال، سواء من ناحية القوى البشرية أو المنشآت أو المستلزمات. ولحرص الوزارة على توفير كل ما هو من شأنه تطوير وتحسين طب الأسنان في مجالات الرعاية الأولية والثانوية والثلاثية، بلغ عدد أطباء الأسنان في وزارة الصحة ما يفوق 6400 طبيب، وبلغ عدد العيادات أكثر من 3000 عيادة. وقد أدى ذلك بفضل الله سبحانه وتعالى لما شهدناه من انخفاض نسب الإصابة بأمراض تسوس الأسنان، خاصة بين فئة الأطفال. لكن هناك المزيد من التطور الذي نطمح إليه، ونأمل أن نصل له جميعا بمساعدتكم ودعمكم. ختاما، أرجو أن يسهم هذا المؤتمر من خلال الأوراق العلمية والبحوث المنشورة والمقدمة وورش العمل والأنشطة الأخرى المصاحبة له، وبما يجمعه من خبرات من المتحدثين المرموقين والحضور في إثراء المحتوى العلمي والمعرفي وتوجيه الباحثين للمزيد من الاهتمام بالأبحاث ذات العلاقة، خاصة فيما يتعلق بتحسين تجربة المريض وتطوير الطب الاتصالي وفي مجال التقنية الرقمية في طب الأسنان. أخيرا، لا يفوتني أن أشكر كل من ساهم في إقامة هذا المؤتمر من اللجان المنظمة والداعمين والرعاة والمتحدثين والمتحدثات ولجميع الحضور. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نستأذن سعادتكم راعي حفلنا بالبقاء للتكريم. بداية تكريم الرعاة. شركة ثمار الجزيرة، جامعة المعرفة. جامعة المعرفة. جامعة قطر. مع تكريم الشركاء، الجمعية السعودية لطب الأسنان. جمعية رياض العلم. كما يسعدنا تكريم الأقسام الأكثر نمواً في عدد الأعضاء لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا للعام 2022. القسم الكويتي ويستلمها سعادة رئيس القسم فواز الزعبي. القسم التونسي وتستلمها سعادة رئيسة القسم الدكتورة لطيفة برغوزة. القسم المصري ويستلمها سعادة رئيس القسم محمد عوض. أما الآن تكريم الجمعيات العلمية الداعمة للقسم السعودي المستضيف للمؤتمر. بداية الجمعية السعودية لتقويم الأسنان. الجمعية السعودية للاستعاضة السنية. الجمعية السعودية لإصلاح الأسنان. الجمعية السعودية لأمراض وجراحة اللثة. الجمعية السعودية لعلاج جذور وأعصاب الأسنان. الجمعية السعودية لطب أسنان الأطفال. شركة حدث المعرفة للتسويق. نتشرف بتقديم كل الشكر والتقدير لراعي الحفل معالي وزير الصحة الأستاذ فهد بن عبد الرحمن الجلاجل. وختاما تكريم الراعي حفلنا الكريم سعادة وكيل وزارة الصحة للخدمات العلاجية دكتور طريف بن يوسف العام. الصورة التذكارية. والآن مع الصورة التذكارية نستأذن رؤساء الأقسام لالتقاط الصور التذكارية. ختاما نحمد الله سبحانه وتعالى أن وفقنا لإقامة هذا المؤتمر المبارك بموضوعه الرفيع بمن رعاه والجليل بمن حضره. نشكر معالي وزير الصحة على الرعاية الكريمة، ومعالي وكيل وزارة الصحة للخدمات العلاجية الدكتور طريف الأعمى. كما نشكر حضوركم وندعوكم لزيارة المعرض المصاحب. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am Dr. Hassan Al-Harbi in my second year of orthodontic residency program at Riyadh Al-Ilm University. It's my privilege to present the moderator of this session, Professor Muhammad ibn Abdul Majid Awad, the President of Egyptian Association for Dental Research. He is now Professor of Fixed Prosthodontics, Faculty of Dentistry at Tanta University, Egypt, and Faculty of Dentistry, King Abdulaziz University in Saudi Arabia. Prof. Muhammad got his bachelor degree from Tanta University, master degree in conservative dentistry, endodontics, and Crown and Bridge from Tanta University in 1989. He got his PhD in restorative dentistry from the University Dental Hospital of Manchester, United Kingdom in 1996. He published many articles in several recognized journals and presented in many conferences all over the world, including USA, England, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Prof. Awad to the stage.
Thank you for nice introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure as President of Egyptian Section to be with you today. I would like to thank Dr. Dima Shemari and Dr. Muhammad Al-Harsi and Scientific Committee for their kind invitation. Today, we have three well-known speakers. I'm grateful to introduce them in our session, expecting their lectures are valuable and informative as usual. The first speaker is Dr. Nicolas Girardeau. He is president on the foundation of the University of Montpellier, associate professor in dental public health, PhD in health law, president-elect of IADR Oral Health Network, WHO expert in digital health, WHO Afro expert in NCD. Please welcome Dr. Nicolas.
Thank you everyone. Thank you, dear colleague, for the introduction. I'm very happy to be here with you today. I want first to thank all the local organization committee and especially Dr. Dima for the invitation. It's a very big pleasure for me to be with you today. It's the first time in Saudi Arabia, and I'm sure it's not the last one because I'm sure we have a lot of things to do together. Today, I'm here to discuss about digital health, digital oral health, and especially about the WHO Oral Health Program. I'm not working for WHO, I'm not working for WHO, I'm not a staff of WHO, but I'm working with WHO and a lot on this program. First, some idea. And for WHO, it's important to understand that digital health revolution have to be safe, sustainable, and leave no one behind. I'm sure that you can understand that it's important, and I will repeat and again that digital oral health technology and digital health don't have to increase inequalities, but have to decrease inequality in health, especially in access to care. Some information, but I'm sure you already know that. Since during these last months, a lot of important documents have been signed in WHO, by UN, and so on. A resolution mentions that artificial intelligence and digital health have to be included in oral health politics and health policies. But now we also have the report of digital health, and they mention a part of digital health technology and how digital health technology could be involved in oral health policy all over the world. Let me introduce how WHO work with ITU to implement oral health program. ITU, it's the International Telecommunication Union, it's the IT department of UN. And they work with WHO since a long time ago now, over almost 10 years. They figure at that time that maybe we don't have access to clean water or electricity all over the world, but everybody is reachable through SMS or with not a smartphone, but with a phone, with a mobile phone. So they use this point and develop several programs all over the world and all over the year, especially to fight against NCDs. We have against diabetes, for example, which was the first one, and against tobacco cessation, cervical cancer, aging, mental health, and now the oral health. The oral health program is a new program in BLC, Be Mobile initiative. Of course, it's based on evidence. Even it's sometimes difficult to have a good evidence based on digital health technology and how we can evaluate the impact of this new innovation. We also bring all together all experts from all over the world to define what should be important in a digital health program. And we met in Montpellier. You should know maybe that Montpellier is the oldest university of medicine of the world. It was started in 8th century before now. So we have the oldest, and now we work a lot on innovation and so on with a lot of people. Of course, we publish everything. Because we work with WHO, every information we have, you can find it on WHO, on internet, and so on. We create several international expert group, and I'm happy that we have one of them in the room, Dr. Hala. Thank you to be with us and to be involved in the program, but also, of course, researchers from all over the world. The AMER Health program has been launched 1 year ago now in an online launch, of course, because it was difficult at the time to be together. But you can find the document all over the internet. If you have any question, I will be happy to answer with you, to answer to you, sorry. And I just make a short presentation today because I could discuss about that during several hours. First, you should know that the oral health program is divided in 4 key modules. The first one is to improve oral health literacy to populations all over the world, to reach everybody and to leave no one behind. The second module is to improve knowledge and skills of frontline health workers on oral health. Because I don't know in Saudi Arabia, but in France, for example, the medical doctors, nurses, midwives, I don't know, every health professional don't have any information during their study on oral health. So sometimes they want to do their best, but they are not able to do because they don't have any information on that. And we need to improve and to get them access to information. The third module is teledentistry. Maybe you know this name, but more on the early detection and how digital technology could help to improve access to care, but also to identify in an early stage if there is oral health injury or pathology. And the last one, it's how to use digital technology to be sure that we will have enough resources for the need we have in some countries, region, or territory. The oral health program could help the member state to implement all the programs that you want to be. So even you are an academic, a young man or woman motivated and passionate with digital oral health, please read this document. Be free to contact us, myself, or everybody involved in this country to try to have more information, to improve the document if you have more knowledge, more advice to give to us. And of course, at the beginning, this document is more for the policymakers, for the Ministry of Health, for people who could be able to implement health policy in a whole country. Once again, I already say it, but I want to repeat again and again, you need to understand that digital oral health technology should be used to decrease inequality. If to get access to any program that you are going to discuss now, you need to have a lot of money, or you need to have a very high IT communication system, is not a good opportunity. It's interesting. I'm not against this kind of system, of course, but because WHO, work on public health, they want to reach everybody everywhere. The first module, it's oral health literacy. As I told you, since almost 10 years now, WHO use SMS, especially SMS, because 10 years ago, Facebook, Twitter, and something like this was not so developed, or WhatsApp maybe, and they use this system to reach some people. For example, we have the M-Diabetes program in Senegal. We reach every diabetic people recorded in the National Diabetic Association during Ramadan, because they saw that during Ramadan there is a lot of people with diabetes who have a big issue, sometimes coma, sometimes they cut their legs because of that, so they want to get them the information. For some people, it's difficult to find where is the good information, where I can find. Even I use Google and I type diabetes, something like that. It's difficult to understand. It's difficult to be sure that the information is the good one. That's why we send them the information to them. We go to the patient. And with this kind of information, you could have a lot of information. And of course, in every country, you need to adapt the system. It's not possible to use the same organization in France, in Saudi, in US, in Libya, I don't know, in Mexico, or something like that. Because every country will have a specific culture, a specific health policy, and so it's important to be able to adapt the content, but also the time or the people you are going to reach. The second one is the oral health training. Once again, it's to improve the knowledge and skills of frontline health workers on oral health. We know now after the COVID system that we are easily able to have a Zoom meeting to make some learning session and so on. Of course, it's easy now, we know that. But we also know that we need a lot of time to do it. And we know that the health professionals in every country all over the world don't have enough time. So it's important to use the good tool, the good system, to be sure that the people, the health professional, will be able to attend or to receive the knowledge. It seems that, for example, short video could be the best for now, but maybe we will have another one. For example, if a nurse in an elderly care home need to know how to brush the teeth of people with high disabilities, she don't remember what she read or what the dentist said once and so on. But if she can find a short video, 30 seconds, 1 minute to explain how she has to do it, it will be very easily. But it's important to make it globally, to create this kind of content with the people you are going to reach. It means that you as a dentist, you need to work with the nurses, with the medical doctors, with every people who will attend or will receive this information, to be sure they will understand and to be sure that you will impact what they want to know. The third one, and I'm working a lot on the system since a long time ago, and I will be happy to give you more information about that, it's the early detection. I saw a lot of smartphones in the hand of people who take pictures today, and I hope my smile is good. But we know that now we are able to send data all over the world in one click. So we maybe use already in your regular practice, You use a smartphone to take a picture of a mouse, to take a picture of an X-ray or something like that, and to send to a friend to have an advice, to help you, and so on. It's teledentistry. It's using digital technology to make a diagnosis, for example, or to have an advice or something like that, or to have an expertise, a special expertise. But also, it's important that early detection or teledentistry don't decrease the quality of the medical act that you are going to do. I'm sure in the room we have a lot of clinicians. And so if I mention that we could be able to make a diagnosis remotely, they will say, no, it's impossible because I'm a good clinician. I need to touch the patient. I need to saw the patient. I need to discuss with the patient. And I understand, of course, there is a lot of cases, or it's impossible to do it remotely. But we also know that with digital technology, with the smartphone, with X-ray, with intraoral cameras that we use, for example, in Montpellier or somewhere else, we are able now to have a lot of information on a laptop, on a computer, on your phone. For example, with a 3D scanner now, we are able to have all the mouth of a patient on computer. So if we are able to do it near to the patient, it's possible to organize and to send this data with good security, of course. Once again, in every country, sometimes there is high specificity on the data security, but everything, almost everything now it's possible. So you need to understand and you need to think about how can I improve my practice using digital technology? How maybe can I monitor my patient remotely? How can I diagnose? How can I optimize the medical pathway of patients? The last one, the last modules, it's how to improve maybe more on the epidemiological or political aspect using data, for example, but also using digital technology between the need and the offer. I don't know in Saudi Arabia, but I'm sure that it's like in all countries in the world. When you live in rural part of the country, it's more difficult to get access to a dentist than when you live in a city, of course. And so, but if you know that you need to take the car, or you need to work a long time ago to go to the dentist just to ask him if you need to come back, it's a waste of time. Once again, if you are able to know where is the need of patients, how many hours of treatment you will need to treat this patient or this village or this group of patients, you could optimize and will be able to be more effective and efficient on the treatment. What we are now with humoral health. So, like I told you, we make a lot of research, we work a lot with all over the world, with all of experts all over the world. We launch the system, and now the University of Montpellier and the University of the McGill University in Canada, in Montreal, we work to know the need assessment and especially what the country need to implement and to more be active on the digital oral health project. So we have some specific survey on to all chief dental officers and all experts who work with WHO all over the world to know what they need. If it's IT, because sometimes in some countries it's difficult to get access to Wi-Fi or to 2G, 3G, or I don't know which G use in Saudi Arabia. Sometimes it's economics issues, sometimes it's cultural issues, sometimes it's knowledge issue, and how to implement some digital oral health program. So we will work with WHO, with University of Montpellier and University of McGill to be more efficient and to know better how it will be, how we can help the country to implement this project. Another project we have with WHO is to organize in every WHO region or every continent digital oral health meeting with all stakeholders who could be interested or who could be able to make some decision on digital oral health technology. And maybe in Riyadh in next year, or I don't know where, in Qatar, in Egypt, in Libya, or something else, we will have an IMRO meeting to bring all together the chief dental officers, the academics, we also work in the specific subject, the companies, we already sell or propose some device, some services to implement like this. And I hope I will be with you for the meeting, but we really need to have all the feedback from the region to be sure that the program that we are going to propose from WHO and with WHO will be very adapted to the need. And after that, of course, but even now if you want, every country will be interested to be the first country to implement this kind of system. Montpellier will be the first one because we launch a big program on that, but we also need other countries all over the world to implement oral health program, to improve it, to evaluate it, to monitor it, and to be able after that to help other countries to implement faster and better than we could have at the first time. So please, if you are interested by the program, don't hesitate to contact me, to contact every people involved in the program. You can find all the name of people on the handbook. If you are still interested after my short presentation by digital oral health technology, and if you are maybe more questions, please join us this afternoon or this evening with Dr. Ala and Dr. McAllister. It's a workshop online, so you could register and be with us to have more example on using of teledentistry and what you already done in Saudi Arabia with the project of Dr. Ala, and what we do in France, what they do in US, and so on. And as mentioned during the introduction, I'm the president-elect of IADR E-Oral Health Network. It's a small network because we just started in 2017. It was in London, no, not in London, but well, this picture is from London. And now we are more than 100 people involved in this subject. So if even you are a clinician, even you don't have any idea of how it's work really and so on, if you are interested, if you have questions, if you want to be part of the project, please let us know and contact me for any question you should have. Thank you, merci, shukran, and please, once again, if you have any question right now, if we can open the floor, or after, I will be happy to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicholas, for a nice, informative lecture. Any questions, please? Microphone, mic.
Thank you, Professor, for this very important lecture. I was wondering about the data protection consideration. Do you have like a global, data protection plan, or do you keep it to the region, to the users? And I think this is one of the concerns usually when you deal with tele-dentistry and all these e-health products. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Every time we have question of data protection. As mentioned during the introduction, I'm a doctor, I have a PhD in law, in health law, because in all countries, the data protection and the regulation, it's a real fear. But I think you don't have to be worried about that, because more and more, every country proposes a regulation specifically on data protection. So I think, I don't know especially, but I think in Saudi Arabia, the data of people from Saudi Arabia have to stay in Saudi Arabia. I think it's almost the same thing all over the world. So it's not an issue. Me, for example, in France, is the same thing. If I treat a patient remotely, the data have to be saved in a specific secure server, registered by the National Agency of Digital Health, to be sure that this server is good enough to receive data. Okay, it's for France. In Saudi, it's maybe almost the same with specificity. And you just need to have the IT system who could be able to organize this system. So I think it's important that you as clinician, you have to say what you need. You don't have to wait of the IT operator, IT technician to explain you how you have to use and how you need to practice medicine or dentistry. It's important because if you are not involved, you as a medical doctor, dentist, in the organization, even at the early stage of teledentistry or telemedicine, it's people from IT who will do it. And of course, they will be very fine on the IT system, and it's important. But they are not practitioners, they are not clinicians. They don't know how to treat patients, they don't know the relationship that we have with patients, and sometimes they will propose some tool who won't be adapted to your practice. So don't be worried about the data safety, because in every country there is law, and it's important to follow the rules and the law in each country that you are going to do. And in the program of WHO, they don't want to bring all data together. No, they don't care about no. It's important to have data, but as you know, WHO wants that each country will be able to propose their own policy and to keep their own data, of course. So there is not an issue. It's important to keep it in mind, but it's not an issue. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you for your lecture. I was wondering, you mentioned it's been launched a year now. So what are the challenges you've faced so far?
I'm sorry, there is an echo.
You mentioned earlier that the program has been launched a year now. So what are the challenges you've faced so far?
She's asking about the challenges that the program faced so far after 1 year of implementation.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Well, for now, it depends on the country. For example, in France, because I can mention about France because I live in France, we have a lot of political issues. For example, dentists are very afraid that some other health professional could be involved in the dental treatment. And I can understand, of course, because it's important, because we are the experts, so we are able to treat patients and so on. But once again, I don't know in Saudi Arabia, but in France, we are not enough dentists to treat all patients we have. So if we could have some help, it could be good. So maybe we have some issue on the political aspect, because even everybody understands that digital technology will be the future, or it's present now, maybe not future, but present. It's difficult to change the way to work when you work like this 40 years ago, you understand? But if you never think that you could be able to treat a patient remotely and to give him a good treatment or good information, and you will improve his health, it's difficult to understand how you could use digital technology. I think it's one of the challenge. The other one is the regulation, because in some country there is official national rules, but in some other countries there is not. And when there is not rules, it's nice when you want to innovate and so on, because you can do what you want. So for that part it's good, but sometimes you do something wrong, especially with data. From the US, for example, and from Canada, at the beginning they don't have any rules. And now, because they want to have the same rules than in Europe or that in other countries, it's difficult for them to get back and to be in the good rules. So maybe I think the political aspect is very important. You need to have some people who innovate in all the country, to test, to use, and to see if it's a good idea or not. And after that, the national level and the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of IT, the Ministry of Regulation, I don't know which ministry could be involved, have to put the rules to be sure that everything will be good and everything will be respected as data safety, for example. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Thank you so much for the informative presentation. It's very insightful indeed. Can you elaborate more on how mHealth application could reduce inequalities? Because if you think about it from another perspective, when you think about older population and geriatric population, they might have lower health literacy compared to the general population. They might don't know how to use technology and don't have internet access. So you would think that it would increase inequalities when you compare between the older population and the general population.
You are perfectly right, and especially with disability or elderly people. It's the two populations that we start the program in France, in Montpellier, in IADR project, which I will present this afternoon. And as you mentioned, we were very afraid about how the people will accept the technology. And that's why we propose an organization where the patient with issue on cognitive aspect or with issue of knowledge, because they are not able to use a smartphone, they are not able to use a computer, something like that, don't have to do it. And so in Montpellier, to give you a short example, for teledentistry system, for example, we train nurses in the facility where the elderly people or where the disabled people are. We train them to use an intraoral camera with a laptop to record videos, 4 videos at least, to be sure that the dentist will be able to make a good diagnosis. Okay? And so in that way, even the patients who are not able to understand how it's works could be reach and could be benefit of the system. About the app, for example, or something like that. Once again, in Montpellier, we are going to reach an SMS program, and we know that some people don't have a smartphone or a mobile phone, or they don't want, or they don't see good enough to be sure they will be able to. But now we know that technically it's possible to transform an SMS in a voice message. So once again, if you can make a good need assessment on the population you want to target, you need to find the good tool to use on the target population. If you want to reach the elderly people, of course, maybe a good app or TikTok is not, or WhatsApp is not a good one. But if you want to reach the young population, TikTok or Twitter or WhatsApp could be the good one. And it's what we need. It's for now, we know that some people all over the world try to do something like this. It's difficult to have some feedback on the scientific aspect. So that's why we really want to create international consortium of people who want to work all together to share expertise and maybe to develop products, services, devices. I don't know. We are okay with that. But of course, you need to adapt the tool you are going to use to the patient to be sure that the economical aspect, the knowledge aspect, and also the IT aspect don't be an issue, don't be a barrier. Another one.
Still have time? 5 minutes more. Any other questions? Go on.
So I was wondering how we can look at the health technologies as environmentally friendly or not. They consume energy, but at the same time they make operations more effective. So what's your thoughts on that?
As you can imagine, it's a question that you thought about. Because, of course, at the beginning, we thought that, yes, for example, teledentistry, we decrease the number of transportation, patients or doctors, so it's good for the planet. But like you mentioned, we need a lot of energy, we need a lot of products to put in the intraoral camera, in the laptop, and so on. So, which is the best? I think now we have a beginning of study we work on the subject, on the, maybe not only on oral health or teledentistry with impact on environmental, but it could be a good subject of research, of course. But we have a lot of people who work on the ecological impact on technology in general, in telemedicine or something like that. So I think we will have some feedback. shortly.
Like I heard in the summer, the heat wave in London, you know, shut off all the data centers and the main hospitals there.
Yeah.
So we need to be careful. When
Yes,
we
yes, you're
devote
completely right.
Yeah.
You're completely right.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Nicholas, for your informative lecture. On behalf of Scientific Committee, I would like to present a certificate for appreciation. We have 5 minutes break and we will start at 2 o'clock. Now we are going to the second speaker. Our second speaker, Dr. Omar Qadi. He is an assistant professor of orthodontics and dean of postgraduate studies in Riyadh Al Almi University in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Please welcome Dr. Omar.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Can you please check the clicker? It doesn't work. It's working. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to speak in this distinguished symposium. Thank you, Dr. Mohammed Al-Harthi, Dr. Dima Shimmeri, and all the members of the organizing committee. Today, I'm speaking about a topic that is not very interesting for everyone. People, as we say, do not like the things that they don't know. I was one who didn't like statistics because I didn't know it. We feel that we are not comfortable around these numbers and the p-values, regression analyses, and all these numbers that we usually see in published literature that make us not very comfortable because we are unfamiliar with them. But if you understand them, if you can grasp the idea about statistics, you might love them, like I did. So I'll start with the disclaimer. Firstly, the reported data in this presentation are fictitious. They are not true. They are not real. So they are data that were made up for the purposes of this presentation. And secondly, some concepts that I'm going to speak about are maybe oversimplified to make them easier to be conveyed to you. And one more hidden disclaimer. Statistics might be scary for some people. So be strong, and if you can be strong, inshallah, you will overcome this fear, and they will be easy and you will love them. I'll start with an overview, and then I'll speak about what we call parametric tests and non-parametric tests, and how we can understand them and read them in scientific literature. So in the overview, I would like to remind you about hypothesis testing. We usually start our studies with hypothesis tests. We start with hypotheses or research questions. So we might have some observations in conferences like this, in the clinic, observations about things that we think about, that we read about, that we see in the clinic. And then we have this idea that we want to research to make sure whether this idea is actually real, did it really happen, or we only saw it by chance. كانت صدفة فقط. So we usually start with this idea. Say I'm a racing car enthusiast and I watch a lot of races. I might have an idea because I saw the yellow cars usually win the races. So I would have in my mind that yellow cars are faster than other colored cars. Why? Because in the races that I have seen, they looked faster. They won the races. This is an idea that I came up because I watched the races, but it doesn't mean that this is the reality. It doesn't mean it is a fact unless I can prove it scientifically. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to implement the scientific method by observation, then data collection, then I'm going to analyze the data and finally report them and make my conclusions. So what I would do is I would go and watch hundreds of races. For example, I have a time frame of 1 year. I will watch all the races or some of the races, like a sample of these races in that year. And then I'm going to record how many of these races are won by yellow cars. Then I'm going to analyze the data statistically, which we're going to talk about later on. And then after analyzing this data statistically, I would end up with a conclusion. Whether yellow cars are really faster than other cars. Are they really faster? Are they stronger than other cars? Do they have better engines or not? I'm going to base my conclusion based on scientific data that I took by observing these races and collecting the data and finally analyzing them. So what we do is we start with an idea. We start with a hypothesis. The hypothesis would be yellow cars are not faster than other cars. This is in contrast what I saw in the beginning. So I'm being critical of myself. I'm criticizing my observation, saying that my observation in the beginning was actually a chance. That yellow cars won the races was a chance. It's not real, it's not fact. They are not faster than other cars. So what I would do is I would start with the hypothesis saying that yellow cars are not faster than other cars unless I can prove it otherwise. Then I'm going to collect my data, analyze them statistically, and end up with a p-value. The p-value is like a threshold, a number between 0 and 1, and the p-value after being calculated has to be compared with a number. The number that we usually use to compare it with is 0.05. So we compare the calculated p-value based on our study with 0.05. Then we have only two options, no third option. The first option is the p-value that we calculate is going to be below 0.05, or it's going to be equal or greater than 0.05. These are the only two available options. So if it is less than 0.05, we're going to reject our hypothesis. If it is greater than or equal to 0.05, we're going to accept our hypothesis. So our hypothesis is yellow cars are not faster than other cars. If the p-value is less than 0.05, we're going to reject this statement. So if we reject it, we have to accept the opposite, which says yellow cars are actually faster than other cars. If it is greater than or equal 0.05, we're going to accept this statement and say that yellow cars are actually equal in speed to other cars. So this is the cutoff point that we use in order to compare our calculated p-value to these values. We need to have in mind two what we call principles or laws of thought in philosophy. One is the law of contradiction, which means that we cannot accept and reject the hypothesis at the same time. We either reject it or we accept it. The second law is that the law of excluded third, which means that there is nothing in the middle between accepting and rejecting. We cannot partially accept and partially reject. We have to either accept or reject the null hypothesis. So this is just an overview, a quick overview about the idea, and then we will go to the core of this presentation. This is schematic. This schematic shows how we analyze our data. We start with our data, we do descriptive statistics, and finally inferential statistics. In inferential statistics, where we calculate the p-value. Then if you look at this diagram shows how you can choose or how you can tell whether the statistical tests that are being used in the study that you're reading is actually a correct statistical test. So usually authors, investigators, or biostatisticians, they start with data. They collect their data. Then, based on the type of data, whether they are continuous, nominal, ordinal, they can choose what statistical test to be used. There are different criteria that they have to have in order to choose the appropriate statistical test. Sometimes we collect our data, but unfortunately we calculate or we do our statistics using inappropriate statistical tests. If we use inappropriate statistical tests, unfortunately the conclusion wouldn't be correct. So we need to make sure that the statistical tests that are being used are actually correct and appropriate. I wouldn't go into details with this one. So just an idea about normality. Usually when we collect data, we come up with a lot of numbers, and these numbers need to be summarized, either summarized in numbers or summarized in diagrams. So in order to choose the appropriate statistical test, we need to have the type of data that we're going to use. Is it continuous or categorical? In categorical data, we are by default use non-parametric tests. So always when we have categorical data, like if we are looking at gender or surveys where we are looking at satisfaction, we use categorical data. However, if we are measuring like blood glucose level or length or weight, we have continuous data. Continuous data, usually they are considered parametric, and we use parametric tests, except in few cases. And we can come up with these few cases by using normality tests. I wouldn't go into details about normality tests, but I'll tell you how you can read these normality tests if you face them in the literature or in published articles. The most commonly used normality tests are what we call Kolmogorov-Smirnov test, and Shapiro-Wilk test. These tests are used in order to tell us whether our data are normal, so we can use parametric tests, or they are not normally distributed, so we have to use non-parametric tests like what we do with the categorical data. So these tests, if we face them in the literature, we need to look at the p-values, the significance here. In Kolmogorov-Smirnov test, if the p-value is less than 0.05, which is the cutoff point that we talked about before, then we will have to use non-parametric tests. This means that we're going to reject this hypothesis. We will reject that data are normally distributed. So rejecting this means that our data is not normally distributed, so we will have to use non-parametric tests. So we will deal with our data like when we deal with categorical data. Then we have Shapiro-Wilk test, which is read in the same way. However, it's usually better to use Shapiro-Wilk test because it is more conservative and it would detect any abnormalities in data better than the Kolmogorov-Smirnov test. So this is just an overview and introduction about statistics, hypothesis testing, and how we look at them. Now we will go to parametric tests. If you see in the literature, in published literature, if you look at non-parametric tests or parametric tests, if you look at the study, and the study was measuring the difference between the position, the location of the tip of the nose, and the facial midline. So the author would be interested in collecting like 30 or 40 samples, and then measuring the distance between the tip of the nose and the midline of the face. The author is interested to see whether the tip of the nose is on the midline or this sample from this population have their noses deviated to the right or to the left. What they're going to do is they're going to collect the data by recruiting a number of participants, then measure the distance between the tip of the nose to the midline of the face. Then after that, they're going to do some calculations to calculate the average, and the average, we call it the mean. In statistics, the average is the mean. And standard deviation, how our sample is distributed around this mean. Are our sample or those individuals in the sample very close, their measurements are close to the mean, close to the average, or they're far away from the average? This is decided by the standard deviation. If it's small, it means that our individuals that are recruited in the study are very close to the mean. Most of the measurements are close to the mean. If it is a large number, this means that they have their measurements away from the mean. So the authors would go and report the mean and the standard deviation. In one sample t-test, we considered the midline as the 0 point. So if the participant has the midline, the point of the nose or the tip of the nose on the midline, this is 0 because it's not deviated. However, if the tip of the nose deviated to the right or to the left, we're going to measure the distance between the tip and the facial midline. So the authors here, for example, they measured the distance between the tip of the nose and the midline. They found it to be 1.2 millimeter on average in the sample that they have collected. So we can see that there is a difference between 1.2 millimeters deviation of the nose and 0, which is the midline. So this is a difference that we detected in our sample. The average distance from the tip of the nose to the midline is 1.2 millimeter in our sample. But the question would be, is this actually happened and it's true? Is it a scientific fact that we can generalize to the whole population other than our sample? Or did it only happen by chance in our sample? We can decide this by looking at the p-value. The p-value here, the significant, is 0.002, which means that our p-value is less than 0.05. So since it is less than 0.05, at that time, we can say that this difference that we saw in our sample is a true difference, and we can generalize it to the whole population. So because it is less than 0.05, then we have, or we can reject the null hypothesis, and we will accept the opposite, which says that there is actually a difference between the tip of the nose and the midline. At that time, we can say, based on the data that we collected from our sample, we can generalize this conclusion that we got from the sample to the whole population, not only our sample. If we took our sample, for example, from students in a university, we can generalize the outcome of this sample to all the students in the university, not only the sample that we took. So here where p-value comes into play, and we can get useful information from p-value doing this. Then we have what we call 95% confidence interval. The idea behind 95% confidence interval is actually to give us a better perspective about the whole population rather than the sample itself. In our sample here, we have the mean is 1.2, but we are interested to know whether the mean, if we get another sample from the same population, is it going to be close to this number, or is it away from it, or what is the range that we can expect for the average for each sample we take from this population? So if we have, for example, 1,000 students, we took 100 of them and we calculated the mean. We took another 100, we calculated the mean, and so on. What is the mean that we expect? What is the average of the deviation of the nose that we accept in each sample from the samples that we get? Actually, the mean would fall within these two limits. It would be between 1.13 and 1.38. So we are 95% confident that whatever the sample that we take from the same population, the student for example, would have their noses deviated to the right or to the left by a number between 1.13 and 1.38. So this gives us a better indication about the whole population rather than only the sample that we took from the population. Then another example with another test. In the previous sample, in the previous test, we compared the deviation of the nose to a test value, to a specific number, a standard number, which was 0. However, here we're going to use a comparison where we make a measurement, do some kind of intervention, and take the measurement again for the same sample. For example, here, if we have patients who are diabetic, and we measured the blood glucose level for these patients, and then we gave them a medication, for example, metformin here. Then we measured the blood glucose level again later on, after 1 month, for example. Do we have a difference in blood glucose level, or is it the same? Does metformin work? Is it actually effective in lowering blood glucose level or not? So what we're going to do, we're going to measure the blood glucose level before treatment, and then 1 month after treatment, and then we're going to compare the means. So the mean blood glucose level for the sample before treatment was 163 milligrams per deciliters, and after the treatment, after 1 month of treatment, it became 144, which is lowered. We can see that there is a difference, but is this difference again happened by chance in our population, or is it a true difference that we can generalize to the whole population? If we can generalize it, then we can recommend this treatment for the treatment of diabetes mellitus based on the results of our study. So in order to decide, we are going to use the p-value. If the p-value is less than 0.05, then yes, this difference is actually true, and it's a real difference, and it is a fact that metformin can lower blood glucose level in patients. Again, 95% confidence interval, which means that we expect on average, if we treated patients using metformin, we expect on average that we will have the blood glucose level between these two numbers, 15 and 24. So if we took different samples from the same population, treated them the same way, we expect that the blood glucose level or the average blood glucose level for different samples would fall within these two numbers. We are 95% confident or sure that it will happen this way. Again, independent sample t-test, which is a different sample t-test. In the previous sample, we used paired sample t-test, where we compared the results or the blood glucose level in the same group before and after treatment. However, if we are comparing two separate groups, not in time, then we have to use independent sample t-test. And if we can see a comparison in the literature that shows that they compared the same group at several or different time points using independent sample t-test we would think that they are wrong. There is a mistake there because it should have been used, or the independent sample t-test should have been used. So we need to understand that the appropriate statistical test would give us the appropriate result or the true results. So for example here, we are comparing the blood glucose level between diabetics and non-diabetics. In the previous sample, in diabetics, but at 2 time points. Here we are comparing diabetics to non-diabetics. That's why independent sample t-test is being used. Again, we look at the means. There is a difference. Then we look at the p-value. It is less than 0.05, which means that this difference is actually statistically significant, and we can reject this null hypothesis, and we reject that there is no difference in blood glucose between diabetics and non-diabetics, which means that there is actually a difference in blood glucose between diabetics and non-diabetics. Again, the same idea applies for 95% confidence interval here. Let's assume that we have several groups. We don't have only 2 groups like what we have, diabetics and non-diabetics. We have several groups or different groups. If we have different groups, then we cannot use independent sample t-test. We have to use another test. For example, here we can use ANOVA. Analysis of variance is being used if we are comparing more than 2 groups. So if we have, for example, like in this example, we have students who are studying math, physics, and chemistry. And we would like to compare the grades of these students in these 3 subjects. What we're going to use, or what we expect to use, or expected to be used in this case, is ANOVA. The first thing to look when we use ANOVA is we look at the p-value. If it is less than 0.05, then we need to investigate further. Further investigation would show us whether there is a difference between math and physics, math and chemistry, or physics and chemistry. Because this shows that there is a difference between these subjects, these 3 subjects. But where exactly the differences lie? Are they between math and physics, between math and chemistry, or between chemistry and physics? So we have to use, or there should be another test which is called a 2-key test or a post hoc test. There are different post hoc tests. However, this is one example of them, and they all play the same way. So firstly, we compare math with physics, then math with chemistry, then physics with chemistry. We look at the mean differences. Is there a difference in the average grade between math and physics? So the average grade for math for students is 85, for physics is 80, and difference is 5. So there is a difference. Math and chemistry the same, there is a difference. However, if we look at the p-value, this p-value is more than 0.05. So the difference that we see here, which is 5 grade, is not statistically significant. So we cannot say that the performance of students in math is different than physics. However, if we look at math and chemistry, we can see that the p-value is less than 0.05, which means that the difference between math and chemistry, between 85 and 59, average grade, is actually a statistically significant difference. It is a difference that we can say that we can generalize to the whole, to all students, not only to our sample. The same applies for 95% confidence interval, as we saw in previous examples. Then if we're looking for correlations, which means, is there a relation, for example, between age and blood glucose level? So do we expect that if age is higher, patients will have, or the age or patients are older, we expect to have higher blood glucose level? We can use, to investigate this, we can use what we call correlation tests. So in this example, we have Pearson correlation, which shows us whether the age is correlated with blood glucose level. If the age is increased, does blood glucose level increases? And vice versa. In order to understand this, we need to look at the blood glucose level and the age, and we compare them using Pearson's correlation. So the first thing to look at is the p-value. Is it less or more than 0.05? If it is less than 0.05, this means that there is actually a correlation between them. But we need to understand, is this correlation direct, which means that if the age increases, blood glucose level increases, or is it indirect or inverse, which means if the age increases, blood glucose level will decrease? So to understand or to know this, we have to look at the correlation coefficient. correlation coefficient is a number between -1 and +1. If it is negative, it means that there is an inverse correlation. If it is positive, there is actually a direct correlation. If it is negative, it means if age increases, blood glucose level will be lower. If it is positive number, it means that if age increases, then the blood glucose level will be higher. So this number would be between -1 and 1. If this number is actually between 0 and 0.1, there's no correlation. If it is between 0.1 and 0.4, there is a mild or a weak correlation. If this number is between 0.4 and 0.7, it means that there is a moderate correlation. However, if it is more than 0.7, there is a strong correlation, as we see here, that there is a strong correlation between age and blood glucose level. If it was, for example, negative 0.875, this would mean that if age increases, we would have a blood glucose level decreases. Again, we have regression analysis, which is a commonly used test. Regression analysis actually shows us what are the effects of each factor on the outcome. For example, the outcome here is the blood glucose level. And the factors that might influence the outcome would be vegetable intake, fat intake, and carbohydrate intake. The question would be, is the intake of vegetable, or would the intake of vegetable decrease or increase the blood glucose level? The same for fat and carbohydrates. Looking at the tables for the regression analysis, first we look at beta. Beta shows us how many times, if you take vegetable, how many times you would have more chance to have a higher blood glucose level. Since it's a negative number, it is 5 times less likely to have high blood glucose level if you have, for example, 100 grams of vegetables per day. So it's a negative number and it's 5.2, so we have 5.2 times less likely to have higher blood glucose level, or in other words, to have diabetes mellitus. For example, if we look at fat intake or carbohydrates intake, we have 8.5, 8.5 times you are more likely to have high blood glucose level if you have more carbohydrate intake. So looking at this, we can see causality or a causal relationship between each one of these factors and blood glucose level. And this number shows us how many times we are more likely or less likely to have this outcome based on this analysis. Of course, we need to look at the significance or p-value. So whatever the number here is, if the p-value is more than 0.05, it doesn't mean anything. So in all of these cases, the 3 cases, we have the p-value less than 0.05, which means that here you are less likely to have high blood glucose level if you intake 100 grams of vegetable, and you are 6.9 times more likely to have high blood glucose level if you have 100 grams of fat intake every day, and so on. So I know regression analysis is kind of tricky, but this is the way to approach it. This is the way to understand it, so you can make it easier for you to understand when you read the literature, and you can read the literature critically and understand what the authors and investigators are actually trying to say. So that's all for parametric tests, the tests that we use to compare or to analyze data that are continuous data and that have normal distribution. Then we have categorical data, where we need to use non-parametric tests in order to analyze them. So for example, we start with logistic regression, which is different than the regression that we saw before, which is linear regression. The concept is the same. However, if we have continuous data like blood glucose level, which is numbers, continuous data, so we use linear regression. Here we have categorical data, so we would need to use logistic regression. In this example, we need to know, we are interested to know whether the use of smartphones at bedtime would affect sleep quality. So this is what we are interested in. In order to know this, we need to collect our data on sleep quality and also on smartphone usage at bedtime. And based on that, we can come up with a conclusion whether there is an effect of smartphone usage on sleep quality. So in this example, the authors, for example, here looked at sleep quality and 15 to 30 minutes use of smartphone at bedtime, and 34 to 45 minutes and more than 45 minutes of use of smartphone at bedtime. We can see that significance, or the p-value, is in all cases, whether 15 or 30 and to 45 or more than 45 minutes use of smartphone at bedtime, is less than 0.05, which means that there is an effect of the use of smartphone at bedtime on sleep quality in all the cases, whatever the duration of use per night. So looking at this, we can see that using smartphone from 15 to 30 minutes at bedtime would have 51 of participants having poor sleep quality and 32 having good sleep quality. And OR, which is what we call odds ratio, is the likelihood. Is it likely to have poor or good sleep quality if you use smartphone at bedtime? Actually, you are 2 times more likely to have poor sleep quality if you use a smartphone at bedtime. Again, the same for 30 to 45, and if you use your smartphone more than 45 minutes at bedtime, you are likely to, or you're 7 times more likely to have poor sleep quality if you use your smartphone at bedtime more than 45 minutes. So this is how we can understand the logistic regression when it is reported in the literature. Again, we have the 95% confidence interval, which shows us, if we took another sample from the same population, what is the odds ratio that is expected from these samples. So if we took 100 samples, we would expect at least 95 of these samples would have the odds ratio, when we calculate it, to be between 1.6 and 2.6, and so on. Here, Wilcoxon signed rank test. If you see it in the literature, what does it mean? How can you read it? Well, Wilcoxon signed rank test is a test that we use in a similar matter that we used previously, the paired sample t-test. In paired sample t-test, we compared the blood glucose level between before and after treatment. So now here we are comparing the pain before and after treatment, before and after prescribing analgesics. So since we are measuring pain on a scale, and that scale, we cannot have it as numbers as we did in blood glucose level. So in this case, we need to use a test that is appropriate for this type of data. So in this case, we look at pain before treatment and pain after treatment. We can see that there is a difference in mean between before and after treatment. The mean is less after treatment, which means that patients felt better after treatment with analgesic. So this means that there is a difference in the mean between before and after being treated. And the difference is 0.6, which is 2.7 minus 2.1. So is this difference actually a true difference, or did it happen by chance in our population or in our sample? Looking at the p-value again, we can see it's less than 0.05, which means that this difference is actually correct, and we can, with confidence, prescribe this analgesics to our patients to reduce pain. So this is how we can read it, how we can understand it, and we can generalize the idea of the study to the whole population. Again, Mann-Whitney test. Mann-Whitney test is a test actually that is similar to independent sample t-test. In independent sample t-test, we had 2 groups. The 2 groups were diabetics and non-diabetics, and we compared the blood glucose level between them. If you have the same idea, you're comparing 2 separate groups, but you have non-parametric data or not normally distributed data, you would go and use the Mann-Whitney test. In the same fashion, we can read it. We look at the means. There is a difference between the means. We look at the p-value. And looking at the p-value, we can see that there is actually a difference, and less than 0.05, and we can reject the hypothesis that there is no difference in height between males and females, and we can say at the end that there is actually a difference in height between males and females, or average height between males and females. A Kruskal-Wallis test is actually similar to ANOVA. So why do we have these kind of tests that are similar? Because based on the type of data we have, we can use the statistical test that is appropriate for that. So if we look here at Kruskal-Wallis test, if we had hypothesis that there is no difference in grades between math, physics, and chemistry, and we looked at the distribution of the data, we found it not normally distributed, as we looked before in Shapiro-Wilk test and Kolmogorov-Smirnov test, then we can go and use Kruskal-Wallis. In Kruskal-Wallis, we have the mean differences. We look at the difference in grade, or the average grade, between math and physics, math and chemistry, physics and chemistry. We subtract them from each other, and we can see the difference in the mean. But since there is a difference here between math and physics, the adjusted p-value is more than 0.05, which means that this difference is actually not true and happened only by chance in the population or in the sample, and we cannot generalize it to the whole population. However, in math and chemistry, it is less than 0.05 again, so we can generalize the outcome of this sample from this sample to the whole population. We can say with confidence that our students, even if they were not included in the sample that we calculated, we can say with confidence that our student performed better in math compared to chemistry based on what we saw from our sample here. So I know this is a lot of information about statistical tests. The idea here is to have a feeling about how to read statistical tests, how to understand them, when you see them in the literature, how you can read them, how you can say or critically appraise the literature and say whether the statistical tests that are being used are correct or not, and how to look at the tables that we see in the literature, in published articles, and whether we can understand them correctly or not. Thank you again for being here. You can scan this QR code. You can see or find a lot of articles here about research and statistics and some of the schematics that were presented here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Omar, for your nice presentation and the information you gave us. It was very important information that every researcher should know. Now it's open for discussion. Any questions, please?
في الوسط هنا.
First of all, thank you for your informative lecture. I wanted to ask, what if I have a continuous data variable, but then I grouped it to categories? Let's say I have samples of different thickness. Then I decided that samples under 2 millimeter thickness will be thin, and greater than 2 millimeter thickness will be thick. Would I manage it as categorical or continuous?
Now you transformed it into categorical data, so you will have to use an unparametric test. You cannot use, in this case, a parametric test. So if you're comparing two groups, for example, you wouldn't use an independent sample t-test, but you will have to use a Mann-Whitney test. So if you categorize them, like what we do with age is a continuous variable, but if we categorize them into groups, then we have to use an unparametric test. So you transformed your data. And always you can transform your continuous data to categorical data, but not vice versa.
Okay. So if I used non-parametric, I would be able to specify the exact number of samples into the same category?
Yes, definitely. Yes. You would say I have thin like 30 samples and 30 as thick. We can have 30 as, for example, below 18 years old and 50 over 18 years old. So you can categorize them, and each category will have a specific number based on the count.
Thank you.
Welcome. Any other questions?
Any more? Please.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
رائد سلمى من جامعة رياض العلم. Thank you, Dr. Amar. This is very excellent and nice, really amazing presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, I don't have a question, but I have a comment that may benefit some of the young researchers. That's why I'm participating as a comment.
Thank you, sir.
Regarding the significance, usually we go with the 0.05 as a statistical, mathematical significance.
Yes.
But if you are doing like a clinical trial or any clinical research, as doctors and physicians and people in the field, we usually also have to look for clinical significance.
Definitely.
And if you are planning to publish in a respected journal and high impact, they usually, if your study is clinical, they will ask you about the clinical significance.
Definitely, yes.
So my comment is that we have to put these two things aside. Sometimes you have a statistical significant,
Yes.
but not clinically significant. Example, if you study two groups and then there is a difference of 1 degree Celsius, for example, if you are measuring temperature,
Yes.
and there is 1 degree Celsius difference, maybe this 1 degree is statistically significant. Why? Because it's not by chance.
Yes.
There is a difference. But in reality, in real life, is 1 degree, for example, Celsius will clinically make any difference? No. So it is statistically significant, but not clinically significant.
I agree with
And
you.
it can be statistically significant and clinically significant, which is the greatest significance.
Definitely, yes.
But if the data from the start statistically is not significant, then there is no point of discussing clinical significance. So it's because it means it's by chance.
That's correct, yes, sir.
So this is very important to take into consideration if somebody is doing clinical type of research. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Raed. Very important insight that statistical significance does not imply clinical significance. However, if you have statistically significant results, then you have to investigate more on the clinical significance. Thank you, Dr. Raed.
One last question, please. Any other question? Very quick, please.
Okay, thank you for this presentation that summed all the important statistics that we use in dentistry. Two questions or your thoughts on some of the practices that we use, but we are not sure that they are the correct one.
Yeah.
Like what type of regression model for discrete data? And the other one, sometimes we apply the regression model on rank data, like, you know, the scales, like 1 to 5, things like that. What are your thoughts on this, on using? Are those like, you know, correct practices to do or compromised one? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Well, regression is a big topic, actually, and there are different types of regression that we can use for in different cases. However, if we have categorical data, usually we go with logistic regression. In short, if we have dichotomous variable, we usually use binomial regression. However, if we have categorical data, for example, like in surveys, we go with multinomial regression. So in general, as let's say a general rule of thumb, if we have categorical data, we would go with logistic regression, either binomial for dichotomous or multinomial for categorical. However, if we have continuous data, we would use linear regression. As you mentioned, Doctora, regression is a big topic and has several applications, but this is, I would say, a general rule of thumb. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Omar, for your very informative lecture. I would like to present a certificate of appreciation from the scientific community. Now we have announcement of the announcement and acknowledgement of IADR AMER digital competition results. It will be introduced by Dr. Muhammad Harsi and Dr. Ala Qari.
الدكتورة علاء قاري أستاذ مساعد جامعة أم القرى، وأيضا هي صاحبة فكرة مسابقة الديجيتال كومبيتيشن. She will give يعني short note about the digital, بعدين we announce the winners.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So this idea just came to us, going with the new model of care and the digital health now approach in Saudi Arabia as well. So this competition is all focused on ideas about digital health in the dental field. As you know, we have different and recent trends going on, the artificial intelligence, teledentistry, mobile apps, m-health. So I want to encourage this kind of innovation among our competitors. And we have really nice ideas and impactful ideas that will have this beautiful impact on the society and on the public health. So today we've received very strong ideas, and we have a winner for that idea, and we would like to announce for it Mariam Shihab. Yeah, Mariam Shihab presented her idea about an app for cleft lip and palate. It's a very unique area and unique aspect in this field, and you will hear from her about this idea, inshallah. Congratulations, Mariam. The second winner, she also presented about teledentistry, the iSmile app, and we are thrilled also to announce her name, Dima Al-Harfi. And the third winner goes to the Dental Assist app, Shayma Al-Harbi. And in her team, also Arij. The idea also is very unique, is to bring all the information and knowledge about the dental materials to the dentists and the patients through the use of this app in the clinic. Congratulations. So now I'll leave you with the first winner to present about her idea. I hope you also enjoy and learn something new as well.
This is my certificate here. Yep. Can I have a clicker too? Yep. There. This one?
Green one for next, red one for back.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you've all had a great and lovely morning. I'm beyond honored to be sharing with you my competition presentation. Cleft Connect app. Saturday night in, cozy and warm, but you're hungry. You turn on your phone to the most accessible food delivery app, set your preferences, and it takes you less than 30 seconds to find a restaurant or somewhere to eat. A virtual world full of options, suggestions, locations, and opinions. When all things you need is a touch away, a scroll away, a search away, and seconds away. Why can't medical care be as accessible too? In a world so fast and easy, the where, what, and how is no longer much of a research to our day-to-day essentials. It is sad and disappointing that finding care and navigating through doesn't come as easy. My name is Maryam Shahab. I'm from Kuwait, an orthodontic resident from MBRU. And today, I'll be sharing with you how we together can change the course of how people navigate through care and support. Cleft lip and palate is the most common congenital anomaly affecting the craniofacial region. 7 in every 10,000 libers are affected globally and in the UAE. Not only is it most common, but it is one of the most demanding anomalies. Cleft patients need excessive care and attention starting from infancy throughout early childhood, adolescence. Leading to the purpose of our app, I would also like to talk a little about the increase in floating populations. We can evidently see that there is an increase throughout the years in migrating patients, which leads to and gives rise to different medical needs. As people move countries often, their medical and treatment histories become lost, and it is very critical in cleft patients, more so in the UAE. A paper published by the Journal of American Society of Plastic Surgeons says that increased incidence of orofacial cleft was associated with indicators of low socioeconomic status. Now, although oral health challenges exist in high-income countries, patients born in middle or low-income countries face challenges of a different kind that mainly revolve around access. Now, access to care and access to support groups. And there seems to be a consistent gap, and the challenges faced are distance to specialized healthcare centers, lack of resources at certain areas, and lack of knowledge and specific healthcare data. And this is where our application comes in, Cleft Connect app. A mobile application and a web page, a platform of services and network. Our app will mainly offer 3 different things: GIS, Geographic Information System, doctors and health services, and support groups and community. Evolving concepts of technology revolve around freeing people from work. And our application will offer people a user-friendly interface where patients and parents can create an account and log in, locate themselves on a map, and find cleft centers nearby. Contact specialized doctors and support groups, and finally, find comfort and guidance provided all throughout their journey. Our goals are to help both healthcare providers and patients connect with each other, and our aims is to localize and navigate and connect patients with treatment centers, collect data and information about the geographic density of affected areas, and finally, connect patients and parents with doctors and support group all throughout the app. Our target groups of our applications are mainly 3. We're targeting patients, healthcare providers, and authorities. As for patients, we'll give patients the tools needed to navigate through the journey, build a support system, and increase accessibility. And as for government authorities, we'll help them collect data and information about the geographic density of affected areas, plan the geographic distribution of services accordingly, and establish a database for epidemiological studies and contribute in research. And finally, as for healthcare providers, we will allow them for smooth patient transition and better understanding of cases. It will also help them use their time efficiently. If doctors are working where they're truly needed, their time and efforts would be more efficient. Now, to answer the 5 main W's of our concept, what, we would like to create an application. Who, for the 3 main targeted groups. How, using GIS, Geographic Information System. When, once we gather all the sources. And why, to fulfill our aims and gaps, and to fill the gaps in need. Now, I would like to briefly brush about GIS, Geographic Information System. A lot of us healthcare providers aren't really a fan of a lot of data and technology, especially when it comes to a lot of IT, but I'm going to make this very simple. What is GIS? A system that creates, manages, and analyzes maps of all types of data. GIS connects data to a map, integration, location data with all types of descriptive information. Now, the main benefits of GIS in healthcare include disease surveillance, health risk analysis, health access and planning, and community profiling. We'll be needing efforts of a lot of different people. An idea like this would require collaborative efforts of people in IT, coders, patient cooperation, health professionals, and financial funds and support. Our potential partners are Operation Smile UAE and Smile Train, and we would like to welcome any interested organization in collaborating with us. The implications of an app like ours may be challenging to establish, but once set and if expanded, its implications are borderless. The field of medicine could very much use more GIS and technological contributions. Finally, I would like to wrap my presentation by thanking Dr. Prasad and his highly valued support and guidance, and MBRU and IADR for having us here today. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's my one.
Thank you very much. Just I want to re-announce, it was announced in the social media. The first place, the prize 3,000 Saudi riyals. Second place 2,000, or third place 1,000 Saudi riyals for this nice competition. Thank you for the judges, and we'll continue our scientific session. تفضل بروف.
Congratulations for the winners, and congratulations for Dr. Ala for giving this idea and to be presented in the IADR AMER. It's now we came to our closing session, and the next session will start at 3:45. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abdurrahman Al-Ghazali, and I'm a senior dental student at Riyadh Ilm University. It is our privilege to welcome the moderator of our third session, Dr. Ahmed Salim Al-Sirri. He has attained his bachelor's degree in dental surgery in 2012 from Riyadh Colleges of Dentistry and Pharmacy. He has also attained a master's degree of Science in Dentistry and Clinical Certificate in Oral Maxillofacial Surgery in 2019. He's also a member of the Research and Innovation Center at Riyadh Ilm University and an IADR Saudi division representative at Riyadh Ilm University. If you could please welcome Dr. Ahmed Sirri to the stage. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone again. I hope everyone had their refreshment break and ready for our oral presentation session, which is the last scientific session for the day. The first presentation will be given by Dr. Tahrir Al-Dulaimi. He's coming from University of Anbar in Iraq, and he will be talking today, inshallah, about clinical pathological study of craniofacial tumors in Iraq. Please welcome Dr. Tahrir.
Chairman of the scientific session, my colleagues and audience, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I have to say thank you for my colleague, Dr. Dima Shemmari, and my colleague, Dr. Muhammad Al-Harithi, for giving the chance and opportunity to be here and to present our presentation about tumors of craniofacial region. First slide will be just background from where I come from. I come from Anbar, west of Iraq. Please the sound. Back to this scientific session and for introduction. As all we know, maxillofacial region or craniofacial region is a very complex area regarding the anatomy. It is the area that contains multiple systems responsible for important structures like seeing, smelling, breathing, mastication, phonation, and don't forget aesthetic for those patients. So it is challenging for both surgeons and pathologists. And at the same time, those tumors are neoplasms that have various clinical behavior and even histopathological presentation, which make their reconstruction much more difficult, and their reconstruction is much more difficult for the surgeon, as I mentioned, especially when they involve teeth and supporting structure and aesthetic for the patient, even intraorally or extraorally. Materials method. A total of 319 patients were included in this study, including 49 patients, male, and about 51% females, with age range from 9 to 85 years old. Those have been enrolled by attending multi-centers in Anbar province from Ramadi Teaching Hospital, Zuhur Private Hospital, Razi Private Hospital, Rashidi Private Hospital for diagnosis and treatment of different craniofacial region tumors. This article or this manuscript have been approved by the ethical committee at University of Anbar. All demographical data for the patients, as we know, it's including age, gender, occupation, address, and so on, have been recorded. A clinical examination divided for intraoral, for extraoral, including palpation and inspection, and good history taken for those patients should be mentioned. Even examination for this lesion, contour, texture, underlying structure, local regional lymph node, requested histopathological lab investigation for hematology and so on. Also requested for some sort of investigation for radiographical CT, MRI as advocated and as needed for this lesion. The surgical intervention could be carried either under local anesthesia or general anesthesia, or including types of laser application or radical resection or even enucleation, marsupialization, depending on the type of the lesion and type of the neoplasia you have been encountered. At the same time, post-operative instruction have been instructed for the patient, including soft diet instruction, proper antibiotic, oral hygiene practice have been included also, and take care for the wound, even if it's intraoral or extraoral, according to the procedure, and suture have been removed after a suitable period of time. At Department of Histopathology, the gross for the specimen have been sent for histopathological confirmation, for H&D examination, and certain cases when they are query, further immunohistochemical examination have been done. For results, this slide showing the demographical data findings, and we're able to find that most age group involved include the third and the fourth decade of life for both genders. And for the presentation of the cases, most of the cases was present as mass or even as cyst. And for different type of technique, including surgical excision, surgical laser, enucleation, all detail have been presented in this slide. And regarding the side, here distribution of the data in the whole part of craniofacial region. Now we're going to present some cases. Please forgive me for the disaster photos for blood and some sort of panic view for some of our colleagues. First of all, we'll start with case one. This is the 3D CT for the face, showing the tumor in the lower border of the mandible. Here the axial slides showing extension of the tumor from both sides, for right to left. Here the plan for surgery have been done, medial, midline incision with small curvature for proper closure post-operatively. Now wound have been started. With your way of surgical dissection, some bleeder will be ruptured. So it's normal to ligate or make cauterization for the area. Here, complete exposure and dissection of the area to get the tumor. Here, tumor have been almost been clear. This wire is called giggly. Giggly is a sort of saw, can be for hand movement for accuracy and for sectioning in a clean cut for the mandible. Complete resection of the other side. And this is for the contralateral side, freeing the area involved, which is still attached to the base of the tongue. Now it's completely resected, free of tumor for both sides. Now we have tried to gabin the area after good stenosis and hemostasis for the area. K-wire, which is available, cheap, simple, available in a theater room instead of use of reconstruction of bone graft in the same site of surgery. Suturing in layer, and this is for histopathological confirmation of amyloblastoma. It's case two, case of basal cell carcinoma for lateral side or part of the nose by biolaser technique for biolaser laser using this power of continuous mode. First of all, demarcation of the outline of the with safe margin of tuberous of 0.5 to 1 millimeter all around. Then complete ablation of the basal cell carcinoma, including the bed of the tumor. This is after 3 to 4 months after using of special silicone gel enhancement for the healing to get uniform texture. And this is for histopathological confirmation of type of basal cell carcinoma. Case 3, again, we have site of polymorphic adenoma for the parotid gland. Demarcation of this incision have been done. Flap raised, tumor enucleated, by superficial podectomy with the preservation of the facial nerve. Hair, complete removal. Drain have been placed, corrugated drain with suturing in layer. After end of surgery, gross specimen, patient lateral view with almost clear and intact facial nerves, branches. And this is for confirmation for polymorphic adenoma. Case 4, badging granuloma of the heart palate, premaxilla area, again by using of laser device, complete eradication and complete ablation of the tumor. And again, confirmation for histopathology for the findings. Case 5. This is actually a very challenging case, this case of squamous cell carcinoma. After consultation with the oncological team, the patient received preoperative correction for chemotherapy in order to reduce the size of a tumor to become much more visible or much more can be worked by surgery. Planned for surgery, flap have been raised, tumor almost resected with safe margin, enucleated with superficial omohead lymph node, original lymph node removal. Now gapping the area by K-wire, suturing with placing of drains. The patient after a few months after surgery. And this is for confirmation for the slide. We were able to see well-differentiated keratin pearl for this type of squamous cell carcinoma. Case 6. This is, we call it congenital gingival fibromatosis. Involved, or normally it's involved either 1 or 2 teeth, but when involved both jaws, it could be some sort of congenital or hereditary background. Now the patient is prepared for surgery. The teeth we have almost root completed, so there is no chance for further growth without removal of this thick gingival tissue. Under GA, by use of cauterization, removal of the whole axis, and during follow-up, now the patient ready for orthodontic for ortho correction for his malocclusion. Case number 7, again case of badgering granuloma in the molar and premolar area, again by using of laser device, complete irrigation with curation of the part of the bone to prevent recurrence of the lesion, and histological confirmation for the lesion have been done. Case number 8, again basal cell carcinoma for the forehead, now by laser device, outline demarcated with safe margin, as able to see here, then complete ablation for tumor, then confirmation, and by using of silicone gel, we will find the final result after 3 to 4 months. Case number 9, again squamous cell carcinoma for the corner of the upper and lower eyelids. It's actually, we're not able here to use goggle for safety for laser protection, so I asked the patient to direct her eye globe to the other side in order to prevent damage for the laser. Why? Because the laser device here working in wavelength of infrared, which can be penetrate the retina and cause retinal damage. So I cannot use the goggles, so I asked the patient just to direct your vision to the other side in order to get complete ablation of the tumor. Here, complete ablation, and after few months after surgery, we could almost excellent healing, actually without some lashes, but it's acceptable for her. Case number 10, it is a lingual papilloma for this child. By the way, he's a COVID-19 patient, discovered accidentally through searching for COVID titer. We delayed the surgery for 2 weeks until the IgG for him became much more increased. Now, under local anesthesia, demarcation for the lesion, complete removal of this midline lingual papilloma, and after 2 to 3 months, complete healing. This is a case of squamous cell carcinoma of the lower lip of heavy smoker Iraqi patient. V-shaped demarcation with safe margin. We can use different technique, but this is the simple available and can be used without disaster for the closure for the lower lip. Under GA, resection with safe margin with some causation of bleeder in the area. Here, closure with minimum defect. Suturing have been placed during follow-up period, and the patient returned to his normal life and give up smoking. 12, again, case of body ameloblastoma, axis either submandibular or midline. I tried to choose the midline for less axis, actually with good vision when you go inside the patient mouth. Here, going a tunnel to provide the giggly for removal. Then giggly have been used for cutting of bone. Then the other side, in the end of the body, have been also used by giggly, and KWAR have produced, and the corrugated drain was provided in the area for the just 3 minutes in maximum. Case number 14, this is lipoma for intraoral. Intraoral incision, lipoma have been produced and almost done with a facial nerve intact. Case number 15, this is sinus tract from dental abscess. Most of dentists or dermatologists use treatment for her as antibiotic. Actually, I make a fistulectomy for her, remove the fistula, and send for histopathological confirmation. The disaster result was find that there is squamous cell carcinoma changes within the sinus tract. So, second surgery plan for her in order to resect the mandible and make reconstruction for bone graft for still small age lady resection. This is with safe margin. Case number 15, this is a child with ameloblastoma peripheral type, resection, dissection by using of segmental, try to preserve the teeth germ and at the same time the border of the mandible, and we can follow up. Case number 17 is squamous cell carcinoma of the tongue, again resection by glossectomy. Specimen, case number 15, it is dentigerous cyst, including for both the maxilla and the mandible in the same patient. Here we're able to see the root of the impacted upper molar just below the floor of the orbit, and this is very close. View. This is the OPG showing the position of the impacted in the upper top left of this view, and the canine for the mandible. Two techniques have been used for this patient. For the mandible, we use marsupialization, and for the maxilla, we use inoculation. This is the specimen for the maxilla and for the mandible. At the end of surgery, we are able to see that the teeth have been removed. This is for HID confirmation, and the histopathologist request immunohistochemistry for further evaluation and to prevent the squamous changes because there is sort of pain and long inflammatory process, and alhamdulillah it is safe without those transformation. This article has been published in new journal on the Clarivet analysis, which is documentation for this work. Finally, I have to say thank you for the whole health provider all over the world through the pandemic for their outstanding effort during this period. Finally, I have to say thank you for Roblin, which is make communication contact with me during the process of acceptance of my paper during this conference. And again, I have to say something in Arabic. أمانة من يوم ما جينا الملك من قبل أيام إلى الآن لا نشعر أننا في بلد ثاني. والله إحنا في بلدنا الثاني، في بلدنا كأنه في العراق. ما حسيت إلا أنا بنص أهلي ووسط عوامي. فيا رب يديم عليكم الأمن والأمان إن شاء الله ودوام الوفقية والنجاح. Again, thank you for your attention and forgive me for time exceeding. Thanks again.
Thank you, Dr. Tahrir, for the nice comprehensive presentation. I'm sure we have many questions about this, a lot of cases with a very comprehensive review, but hopefully we can have time after the end of the session. For now, on behalf of the organization committee, we would like to present you a certificate of appreciation of attending and presenting at this conference. Thank you.
السلام عليكم دكتور. يعطيك العافية. Very nice presentation.
الله يعافيك.
أنا بس حابة أشكرك وسعيدين جدا بوجودكم.
إن السعادة دكتورة والله.
It was not easy and you faced difficulties يعني في موضوع
الحمد لله دكتورة إنه الطريق البري انفتح يعني مسافة على طولها لكن قريبة والله.
أكيد وحياكم الله بين أهلكم وبلدكم الثاني وسعيدين
بوجودكم. عز الله والله. عز الله والله.
الله يعطيك العافية.
leave the questions at the end of the session after we conclude all our presentations. Our next presenter will be Dr. Noha Barhoum. She is coming from Qatar University. She will be talking about artificial intelligence for tooth segmentation and numbering on panoramic radiographs. Please welcome Dr. Noha.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Noha Barhoum from College of Dental Medicine at Qatar University. It's an honor to present at this prestigious conference. Today, I will present a project that we developed at the college titled Artificial Intelligence for Tooth Segmentation and Numbering on Panoramic Radiographs. This is an interdisciplinary project which involved people from College of Dental Medicine and College of Engineering with bachelor, master, and PhD degrees, and led by Professor Falih Tamimi. As you all know, radiography plays an important role in aiding the dentist. The first step for screening patients for dental problems is to analyze each tooth type, shape, and position. This is done by the dentist by manually reviewing the patient's panoramic radiograph. This manual process is limited by human perspective. Also, dentists spend long time to inspect the patient's OBG and to perform the tooth segmentation or tooth analysis. So in this project, we aimed to study the possibility of automating the process of tooth analysis using deep learning neural networks. To be more specific, the aim of this project is to create an artificial intelligence tool that can accurately detect, segment, and assign a number for each tooth on panoramic radiographs. Also, to create an artificial intelligence that can identify other abnormal conditions or cases such as implants, broken down roots, or pontics. Finally, we aim to decrease the dental examination time through process automation. In order to develop an AI tool, we need data, and we use the data to train or build our AI model. In this project, our data are panoramic radiographs. So we collected 713 panoramic radiographs. We included radiographs with healthy dentition, dentition with missing teeth, implants, pontics, and broken down roots or BDR. We excluded radiographs, panoramic radiographs with poor quality, dentition with supernumerary tooth or SNT, and also we excluded deciduous cases. So before building our AI tool, we had to label our data. We had to label our panoramic radiographs. So a group of researchers have manually labeled the OBGs. A group of researchers have manually labeled the OBGs by manually drawing the boundaries of each tooth and also assign a number for each tooth following the FDI notation. We also added 3 more special cases, which are the pontic, implant, and BDR. So we had a total of 35 classes. So after we have done with the data labeling process, we were ready to build our AI model or to train our AI tool. So in fact, the tooth segmentation and numbering is considered an object detection problem. And there are many AI methods to address the object detection problems. And in this project, we followed an instant segmentation approach. In particular, we used an AI model called MASK-RCNN, Mask Region-Based Convolutional Neural Network. We used 570 OPGs for training. We tested our model using 143 OPGs. And as you can see here, this is the proposed architecture of our AI solution. Our system accepts the entire panoramic radiograph as an input, extract the tooth feature at different level, and finally, it outputs the OPG with a bounding box, a class number following the FDI notation, and a mask. This whole process, it takes like 0.5 seconds to process one OPG. Now, after finishing training and testing our AI tool, we had to evaluate our AI tool. We need to know how well our model is doing in tooth analysis or tooth segmentation and numbering by a measure or a metric. And average precision, or AB, is a metric that is commonly used to evaluate the performance of object detection models. It is a number, it ranges between 0 to 1, the higher, the better. And it depends mainly on intersection over union, or IOU, at a certain threshold. For example, AB50 is the average precision calculated at a threshold of 0.5, which means that the output of our AI is considered correct or true positive if the overlap between the tooth annotated by the expert and the tooth annotated by the AI is greater than or equal 0.5. Similarly, AB75 is the AB average precision calculated at a threshold of 0.75. MAB, or mean average precision, is more strict. It is the mean average precision calculated at 10 different thresholds, starting at 0.5, ending at 0.95, with a step size of 0.05. And in this project, we used AP50, AP75, and MAB to evaluate our AI tool. After we developed and tested our AI, it's time now to show you some of the results. So this is an OPG. We fed this panoramic radiograph to our AI model. And this is the output generated by our AI model. As you can see, each tooth is identified by a bounding box, a tooth class following the FDI notation, and a mask showing the exact shape of the tooth. Let's show one more example. This is with implants and missing teeth also. So we fed this OPG to our AI model. And this is the tooth analysis, or the output generated by our proposed AI model. One more case, which is appointing and BDR. It is appointing and BDR. And again, this is the output, or the tooth analysis performed by our AI model. In this slide, we report the average precision values that we calculated in 2 experiments. So we have conducted 2 experiments, actually, In the first experiment, we tested our model using only the 32 classes following the FDI notation. Then we calculated MAB, AB50, AB75 for the bounding box and the segmentation mask. In the second experiment, we tested our AI model using the 32 classes, and we added Pontic, BDR, and implants. And again, we calculated the average precision values as described in the previous slide. And by looking at the result, we can observe that our AI tool performs slightly better in healthy dentition. So based on our results, we can conclude that convolutional neural networks, or CNN, can be used to automate the process of tooth segmentation and numbering. Based on our findings also, we can observe that our AI model performs slightly better with healthy dentition. And finally, our AI tool decreases the dental examination time through automation. By this, I reach toward the end of my presentation. Thank you all for listening, and I hope you have enjoyed my presentation. And I will be happy to hear your comments, feedback, and if you have any question also. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Nuha. Really,
Doctor,
yes.
Dr. Nuha, thank you very much. I'd like to welcome all our respected colleagues, students from Qatar University. Excellent participation and contribution, and welcome as well. We really enjoyed your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nuha. On behalf of the organization committee, we are delighted to present this certificate of appreciation. Thank you. Thank you. I think now we have time for questions for both presentations. The first presentation was by Dr. Tahrir. He presented a variety of pathological cases. We also presented about Ambar. حمسنا نزورهم إن شاء الله. Any questions for both presentations, Dr. Tahrir or Dr. Nuha? If I may start myself for Dr. Tahrir. You presented a variety of pathological cases that you have done surgically in Iraq. The first question, have you seen any similarity between your findings and the findings worldwide? For example, the number of cases, or what's the highest number of malignancy or benign tumors in your area? And the second question regarding reconstruction, do you ever do any, for example, 3D printing devices or patient-specific implants for those patients or not?
Thanks, my colleague, for your nice comments and questions. First of all, regarding geographical or different studies comparison. Iraq has different racial background and geography. Definitely the findings, it's just in Ambar province. It may be different from other provinces. This is number one. Number two, modalities of treatment. From the late of 1990, after invasion of Kuwait and later on, the healthcare system in Iraq became much more deteriorated. We lack of such facilities of 3D printer or reconstruction plate actually. So depend on what is simple, cheap and available, which is the K-wire. It's used by orthopedic surgeon and used by maxillofacial surgeon. You can bend it, you can make manipulation, and you can later on remove it and replace it by bone graft. The bone graft can take either from iliac or take from rib. It is according to the case and according what's the general condition of the patient permit. In some cases, for example, when you are dealing with apiloblastoma, you will have to wait for 6 months until there is no daughter small cyst or lining have been recurrence, and then you can go for bone graft. But for cases of squamous cell carcinoma, you have to wait for the course of chemotherapy and radiotherapy, and maybe after
period of time when condition became much more stable, you can plan for surgery, for second surgery. If you perform one graft at the same time, definitely will complicate the case. So you have to be, as a surgeon, but you have to be a conservative treatment. This is actually we are ambitious for training and for using for new techniques and food modalities. When you get one graft later on implant, or you get 3D printing and so on. But the sanction then after 2030, and alhamdulillah.
Any questions for Dr. Tahrir? Dr. Anha also presented a very nice presentation about artificial intelligence. I think artificial intelligence is the new, let's say, it will invade dentistry in many different aspects. So it's the new future, I think. If there are any comments regarding Dr. Nuha's presentation. Okay, then I'll ask myself if you allow me. Dr. Nuha, regarding your presentation, I saw that you excluded cases of supernumerary teeth in your study. How about cases where there is an impacted tooth? I saw an example of an impacted third molar, which is recognized by the system. How about canine impaction or premolar impaction? And second thing, how do you think this system or this artificial intelligence will be used in the future after this study?
Thank you for your question. It's a very good question, actually. So, as I said, we have like a subset of 713 OPGs or radiographs. So initially, the plan was to include all abnormal cases. But then in order to build a good AI, you need to have data. And you need to have enough data, enough representative data, so that your model will learn. And this is exactly why we excluded deciduous with adults and supernumerary teeth, because we did not have enough cases. That's why we decided to exclude at this stage. However, we are planning in the future to address these cases. Now, regarding your second question, actually, as I said, this tool will help in automating the process of tooth analysis, which is a very important step, actually. Actually, it will be used to build other AI tools. It is a basic building block. Because imagine that you want to do an example, an AI that can detect lesions in the periapical area. The first thing you need the AI to know is where is the tooth itself. So when we know the location, then we can look at this periapical area and then look for abnormalities there. So I think this tool will open the door for many AI problems that will address different oral health problems. And I hope that I have answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the presenter of the day. With this, we conclude the, any questions? Sorry, I thought someone raised their hand. With this, we conclude the oral presentation session for today and the scientific activity for the conference. Thank you everyone for attending, and wishing you a good day, and see you all tomorrow, inshallah. Thank you.